What's going on, badasses? Another part of Final Fantasy 16 ready for your enjoyment. Enjoy. Enjoy it, you buggers. This is part 2. I can't believe it. I beat this game. It's awesome. Check it out if you love Final Fantasy. I'll catch you guys in the bloody stream and videos and stuff. Yeah. Whoa. And look at this start screen. It's epic. Remember how to play now. Look at and that loaded quick. Remember what I was doing. I remember all the controls now when I'm playing. Alright.
What do you want?
To say farewell. We're leaving.
Good decision. Better that than buried out there in the black. You've got a lot to thank that girl for, you know.
I know. And I will.
Now, what do you really want? We both know you don't come here for conversation.
What I really want. Oh, I can sell this. What else can I sell? Well, I don't need money at the moment, so I won't bother selling.
Off you go then. And best of luck.
I should probably say thank you to Gav too.
Yeah. Old Gav.
So your mind's made up, is it?
We'll be leaving for Rosaria as soon as we're able.
Back down memory lane, eh? Rosaria ain't what she used to be, Clive. Not since the Imperials moved in. First sign of trouble, you make straight for Martha's Rest and ask for the landlady. She's a friend of the cause. Tell her you're with Sid, and she'll help you out.
Understood. Thank you, Gav.
Yeah,
I'd be lost without you.
yeah, I'm just doing my job. No need to make such a fuss.
Give him a hug.
You take care, alright? Oh, I'm crap at goodbyes. Where's Sid when you need him?
Give him my regards when he gets back.
I will.
Torgu.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jill.
Ready, my lady?
Jill, guys.
Ready.
Jill?
I like her outfit. Where are we off to now? Say there's any side missions around here. Sure, I could go back and do them anyway. 3 reeds. Rising waters transformed once fertile farmland into an noisome morass, rendering it nigh inhabitable to all leeches and garrisons. Oh, nice one, Swift. I forget how many sequences are in that. Like 12 or something. I'm trying to remember. Oh god.
Rosaria. It's been 13 years.
But this breeze, the smell of the grass, It's just as I remember it.
You haven't been back either.
I couldn't. Bran did keep a close watch on each other in the Imperial Army. You'd get beheaded just for knowing a deserter. The only way out was on a mission.
I see.
Well, oh, I was right.
But mostly I was afraid. Afraid to go back.
I know.
But I'm here now. Thanks to you.
There.
We should press on.
Yep. Homecoming?
That inn at the top of the hill must be Martha's Rest. Gav said the landlady's a friend.
But can we say the same for her patrons?
Imperials don't tend to take well to those with my mark. If anyone asks, I'm a branded soldier, sworn to protect my noble mistress.
You have to pet the dog, guys.
Get it, boy!
Or play with the dog. Boy. Torgal. Oh, that's it. I keep saying Torgu. Torgal. 115 points. I'm gonna save it. I need more points. I remember how to play this now.
Look at the fuse on this one. Explains why there's a premium on Imperials. Maybe I should up your rations, build you up a bit. Bet you'd love another bowl of Martha's best, wouldn't you?
Scorpions. Bighorn. Ooh, he's a big dude. Let's see if we can take care of him.
No holding back. Garuda, lend me your strength. You know what to do, boy. Keep your
Back
distance.
into this controls.
Not this time.
We got a parry there. Fucking bull. Oh, hit there. He took off health off me there.
There's a good boy. Keep your distance, boy.
It's hard to tell if you get hit by these. did you say? These are smaller dudes.
That's enough. Stay down.
Free club. Hey, Steven. Martha's Rest. Oh shit.
It's over.
It's over.
This time.
Was that it? Oh. Nah, I can't go for a swim. Oh, these plants are gonna come alive, I think. I actually forgot about that. That's so much. Oh shit. R1. The music when you're fighting is great. It's so classic. Classic sounding. Now we're sprinting. Cool, we got Jill in our party. Right, 3 more enemies here. Sharp facts. The spools, steals, speak.
Don't let them get away.
Get him, Torgu. Cool, she can freeze him. Birds. Side mission over here. Nice. Spring waters.
They never finished building the bridge then.
After what happened at Phoenix Gate, it didn't seem the highest priority.
Chocobos.
Oi! Stop and give me an hand.
Rowan, traveling trader. Rowan? Wonder is that from Village Earth?
Here, you couldn't give me an hand, could you?
You could.
Typical. A bloody bearer. Just when I thought my luck had changed. Still, better a crumb of crystal than an empty hand, I suppose. Though it pains me to use another man's branded. Here, you understand me, don't you? I need your help. These blasted birds must have caught a whiff of my cargo, and now they've got me surrounded. And it was running late as it was. I've got something special needs delivering before the rest, but I dare not leave my cart untended. You couldn't run it up to Martha's Rest for me, could you? Needs to get there quick, mind.
Nice as well.
Fine.
That's the spirit. All right. Here. You hand that to the stable master and no one else. I'm owed a little something for it. If he gives it to you, pass it along to your master by way of thanks. Be off with you then, and don't go taking any detours on the way.
Can you imagine if you did something like that in real life? Actually, like, giving someone something to do for you.
You and that package I gave you to the stable master at Martha's Rest.
You wouldn't give someone random you'd see and be like, oh yeah, you be sure to do that now. No one would fucking do that in real life. Chocobos. Actually run across the water here. Killer bees. Sound friendly. Can't go across there.
Stay down! Wake!
You did that too far away. Torgal. Best part of the game so far. Good boy. Hey, Archivant. What's up, buddy? What are these? Cool. They don't attack you. It's like wildlife, I guess. One over there. Speed at which you can run. I like that you have that extra boost though. It's good. Oh. Flamingos. Oh, these.
That's enough. There, boy. It's over. Stay down.
Ooh, level up. Hey, Andrew. You just eating food, are you? I'm finished my dinner and I feel pretty full. Sure. More enemies? Not? This flamingo don't give a flip, they're just chilling. Flip like this. Pork chop and spinach. Ooh, that sounds nice. The nice spinach. Drewski the Sailor Man. Popeye. I didn't go down here yet. Here I used to travel here. Goblins.
Goblins. Some of my first visions of day.
Keep your distance, boy. Give them all you've got, boy. Toggle. Over here.
Big blob of love. The Popeyes brand spinach. Nice. Bang. Man, I do forget about these boxes. I need to check. But they're kind of hidden away. Places. Okay. Picked over here earlier, didn't I? Eyes. I checked. Those guys are there. Rum, pum, 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 pum.
It's over.
Oh, hell yeah. It's over. Oh shit, look at that big dude. Nice. Good job, Jill. Oh, yeah, I had, what did I have again? Chicken teriyaki thing with noodles.
Too slow.
Whoa. I keep forgetting that move does like multiple kicks, but I've only fled against him like twice, so of course I don't know.
Not this time.
Down. Ooh. Pitches on the TV happens. Don't understand, Swift. Did you spell something wrong? Pitches? Picture? Are you talking about the old analog TVs or what? I think this is all that's over here.
Here we are. Martha's Rest.
That's one of our branded. Do we take him in?
He's not one of ours.
Gerard.
Are you the stable master? I was asked to deliver this to you.
120 true? Jesus, that's crazy. Wait, I think the weather command is here as well, is it? Check. It doesn't work, I don't know. Doesn't work, I guess. Hey, Kelly, bro.
This is for me, right enough. Not sure what some bearer's doing bringing it to me, though. Where's that fool of a peddler got to?
He couldn't come himself. His cart's surrounded by wild chocobos.
Huh. Sounds about right. He'll have it full of Gizal greens, no doubt. Crammed with him, if I know him.
Gizal greens.
Chocobos go mad for them, don't they? And if you forget to seal the cart up tight, the smell gets out, and birds come running from miles around. Don't get me wrong. They're a fine investment for a savvy merchant, especially around these parts. But you can't get greedy, as our mutual friend is learning the hard way. Still, I got my wares, and that's all that matters. Be sure to pass your master my regards.
What a bird wants. That's gotta be a play on the song, right? What a girl wants. Is it What a Girl Wants? I think that's the song.
We get travelers and merchants aplenty through here. Enough to keep me busy, that's for certain.
A whole bunch of berries down here. Bro! Fire clam shells. Enemies over here. Damn, she's laying the smackdown too.
It's over.
It's over.
Finished.
Yep, she got the dog to heal me a bit. Bing. Crooked Nash's Pier. Let's go there first. Scorpions. Prey claws, I should say.
That's enough.
Big horn over there again. Stand down. Only Jamie knows, yeah. Big horn. We could go for this dude.
This won't be easy. Don't let them get away.
Ah, moved out of the way. What the fuck?
My wounds, boy. Not this time.
There we go with this bullshit move.
Keep your distance, boy. Get him, boy. Struggle.
Oh shit. Huh. Am I getting worse or better? Well, it's called a bighorn. It's like a beast, I guess. Son of a beast. Inches of magic ash. Twice. Potions, I think. Soon. Bullshit. Well, that's mostly because I so much controls. I'm still trying to get used to them. Here.
Garuda, lend me.
Okay, not near enough. Easy. Wait, there's a plant dude here. Oh, that was quick. Da, 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 da. Money. Joel Gill. Just saying because it was a bull. Yeah, well, I mean, it's got horns. I don't know if I'm going to grab it by the horns, though, because that's a big boy. I think it would be steering me rather than I'm steering him. Alright, now we can run all the way back. Not that way. What? Sexy beast, just like me.
Good girl.
There's this area over here. Damn it, I haven't gone there either yet. Take.
That's one of our branded. Do we take him in?
Much to explore. Oh, yes. Those hornets aren't much that difficult. I don't think I can switch characters, can I?
Throw your weapons down.
Oh, enemies. Bandits.
It's over.
It's over.
Toggle.
Give me your supplies, lads. 10 bloody hides. These guys were just hoarding stuff. Steer. Nice. Hope that steer wasn't queer. Or else we're gonna be, oh dear.
Stay down. You're finished.
We can around here too. Killer bee.
Not this time.
Oh, cool, so you can hit two people. That's sick.
You're finished.
You're finished. Sharp fangs. Oh, so we got like a shortcut up here. I think that's all. Took everything out. Let's rest. Imperial Province of Rosaria. A long way around, so we're.
I don't care what your orders are, Branded. You keep that sword in its sheath.
Stick the sword up your arse, mate. How about that?
I wonder if Martha is as friendly as Gav claims.
Let's go and find out, shall we?
When he gets to Eastpool, leave him in the pile. We'll take him over when the bridge is back up.
And when's that gonna be?
Ah, here we go.
Here, has this thing always been glowing? Here, has this thing always been
Here.
glowing?
This thing always been glowing.
There's one missing. So much for all parts of the Empire being equal, if that's all the crystal they give us.
And it's not like any of us lowborn can afford a bearer.
Ooh. Crafting stuff. Yeah, I know, right, Drew, Decali, I mean. Flippin'.
I hear the levies are due to go up again.
I could run this fast and with so much energy.
The bridge will be fixed when it's fixed, alright?
But I was supposed to be in Eastpool yesterday.
Does this man even know what he's doing?
The bridge is down. If you're headed for Eastpool, you'll have to wait.
Go this way? Can't I just jump over? Short sprints down-winded? Yeah, I'm not any better, Decali. I need my need exercise or some sort of an exercise. Absolutely useless.
If it weren't for that mark, I'd be on you like a rash. You ain't pulled that sword from its scabbard in days. Come on, come inside.
I'll be happy to show you how well I wield my blade after my shift's over.
I'll be happy to show you how well I wield my blade. And that sounds like something Drew would say.
Make sure you're aiming that at the fish there, son. Keep them nice and fresh.
What are you after?
What are you? Already have that. It's exactly the same. New here. I can buy materials. Huh.
Very well.
Actually, wait. Let me buy a.
Anything catch your eye?
Actually.
Thanks very much. That all, is it?
Thanks very much. I sound that happy at all, it seems.
Been doing healthy trade with the folk from the monastery of late.
Funny how Griga's servants always seem to have full purses.
Fresh cuts. Get your fresh cuts here.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. But he wants to talk, I guess. Where's this bring us? Maybe I shouldn't have gone this way yet. This is a different area altogether. Okay, let's go back and just do the mission. We go wander. Go wander afterwards. Hear it, Tifa. Hear it.
Where'd you get these turnips? Come over
It was good, honest work building the aqueduct.
Back when we had proper leaders and proper trades. Not just selling our blades and our bodies.
We should think about pressing on.
Right.
Pressing greens of geisha, never down raw, less bitter juices, inspire violent retching and loose bowels. Oh Jesus. Avoid the fry pan, lest foul sting taint the iron, rendering it none better than slag, and by no means put to stew, lest the vapors overexcite stable boil. Suffer the fodder one must first mix with 9 parts darksmith. Well, I'm not going to be actually making that now, am I? Arta Brooks, no sharps. The following cheatery will be repaid with a swift boot to the arse. Walking, stacking, packing, peeking, palming, foisting, fingering.
Excuse me. Would you happen to be the landlady?
Depends who's asking, and why they have an Imperial bearer with them.
For protection, which hopefully won't be needed. If you can advise me on the safest route to the west.
It's your friend here I'd be worried about. Bearers don't have an easy time of it in Rose area. Even a strapping lad like him might attract the wrong kind of attention. And if he gets nabbed, it ain't likely to end well for you either.
Then we'll just have to stay out of the malicious way. Gav said you might be able to help us.
Follow me.
Follow me. It's gonna kill us.
Sorry for before. Can't be too wary of strangers asking questions in our game. I'm Martha, an old friend of Sid's. He said he had high hopes for a bearer who joined recently. I expect that's you. So, where is it you're headed?
For Phoenix Gate. We have questions that need answering.
Is that so? Well, if you want to avoid the garrison, the road through Eastpool's your best bet. Or it would be, if the bridge hadn't collapsed. A right bloomin' nuisance it is. We've had no trade with the village for weeks. I did ask our carpenter to take a look at it, but he went out on another job, and he hasn't come back.
Do you think something might have happened to him?
Fingers crossed he's just taking his time. The alternative don't bear thinking about.
We'll find him. And make sure he's safe. We both need that bridge repaired. Your carpenter sounds like the man to do it.
I see why Sid's got such a soft spot for you. If you could, I'd be in your debt.
I'd be in your debt. All the accents of
He
England
said
are in
that
this
he
game.
went out on a job?
Right. He went down into the marshes to check on another bridge. The one by the Fallen Gate.
The marshes were dangerous at the best of times. We should hurry.
There's a ladder to the side of the gate. That's the quickest way down, if you've a head for heights. His name is Bernard. Should you find him well, tell him Martha sent you, and that he's wanted at the bridge to Eastpool. Don't know what Bernard was playing at, going into the marshes alone. If he's ended up in a crab's belly, it's his own stupid fault. The ladder by the gate will get you there quickest, if it's not already too late.
One sec, guys. I just want to close a window. Hey, Chris. Hey, up. There's a whole bunch of random accents in this. Definitely all Englishy. Always, somewhat reminds me of Sid in Final Fantasy. Yeah, there's a Sid in this game. I really like the
To
name
marshes,
Sid.
then. Let's find that ladder.
Ladder. That must be where I was going to end up myself a minute ago.
Ready goes to Eastpool.
Here's the gate. And that must be the ladder.
Where I came up, no? Thought I killed everything down here. Did they all respawn again?
I don't care what your orders are, Brandon. Get away from me!
What was that?
It came from under the bridge. Come on. There he is.
Hold on, we're coming!
Stay down!
Enemy slain. I'm doing alright, Chris. Hope you're well too. Just got materials.
Thank you, my lady. You saved my life.
Not at all. You're Bernard the carpenter, yes?
I am. I didn't realize my name was known so widely.
I'm a friend of Martha's. She asked us to come and find you.
Well, I'm very grateful for it. I just finished checking these piles when I turn around. I see a gang of slavering monsters looking to feast on my flesh. If you hadn't come when you did, I'd have been snipped into strips by now.
We're just glad you're safe.
I best go and give my regards to the landlady then, eh?
Actually, she asked that if we found you, we should beg you make haste to repair the bridge to Eastpool.
Of course. I said I'd take a look at it, but it clean slipped my mind. I'll head up there straight away.
Fix my damn bridge, yeah. Exactly. It's like, what the fucking guys up top doing? The guards of the city. You're not hearing this guy screaming like a bunch of useless fucking idiots. Then they're giving out to me.
The trusses are still sturdy. It's just a matter of replacing the stringers and relining the deck. I'll have it done in no time.
Thank you, Bernard. We were hoping to take the road to Eastpool ourselves.
We're very grateful for your help. And sorry for asking this of you after what you've been through.
I owe you my life. Fixing a bridge is the least I can do. Thank you, my lady. And you too, son. You're with Sid, ain't ya? Me and him, we go way back. Not as far as Martha, mind, but far enough.
I see.
Well, I best get cracking then. You go and let Martha know I'm all right, and she'll have her bridge back soon enough.
We will.
Soon enough. Back to Martha.
The bridge will be fixed when it's fixed, right? I hear the levees are due to go up.
Ah, you're back. What happened? Did you find Bernard?
We did. He's fine, and he'll have the bridge to Eastpool repaired soon.
Well, thank the Founder for that.
It was lucky we found him when we did. The creatures out there are not to be trifled with.
It's the Blight's fault. They'd nothing to eat in the north, so they come down here hunting for food. He can't keep going out alone. I'll have to arrange a guard for him. But anyway, thank you. I don't have a lot to offer in return, but you're welcome to rest here until the repairs are finished.
Woohoo! A rest spot.
We'd be delighted.
You'd be delighted. The right hand. 50 experience. Oh, I've got a lot of points now. Need to save up 1,600 of these.
Can I get you a drink or anything while you wait?
Pint.
Of Imperial Gold, perhaps? Tastes like swill, but it'll slake a thirst.
No, thank you. I prefer the truth about why there are so few bearers around here.
Yes. There were more of them when we were young. Far more.
Is this the Empire's doing? Have they been sent away?
They have, aye. Either to the Legions or Oriflamme. Seems the miners at Drake's Head are having a hard time keeping up with demand of late, so the bearers make up the shortfall. Time was they used to dole out crystals like sugar plums even down here in the provinces, but not anymore. Nowadays, they'll jump at any excuse to confiscate our bearers so they can be put to work elsewhere. I always knew the Empire treated their branded like shit, but after seeing it with my own eyes, well...
Ah, Thea! Congratulations on the new arrival. And you got the little laddie with you?
It was a bearer. The boy I carried for 9 long moons. A bloody bearer.
Oh, you poor thing. You gave it to the constables then?
Just left it at the garrison, I. Let them deal with it.
Fuck.
Couldn't wait to be rid of the blasted thing.
Been wanting it
Horrible.
gone since the moment I found out.
Well, it's all dealt with now. So no harm done, eh?
Mum, he weren't my brother, was he?
No. But you'll have one soon enough. You just have to be patient. All right?
All right.
Great discrimination here.
Unbelievable, innit? Bearers may have been looked down on back in Archduke Elwin's day, but they were still human beings. Now they've fallen so far, a beggar wouldn't spit on them. Since you're not drinking, do me a favour and take that to the Abbey. There's a darkness at the heart of this world, and I'd have you see it.
More bad
And
people.
we'll see it at an abbey.
Glademond Abbey, on the shore of Sorrowise Bay. The abbot there is a friend. Tell him Martha sent you, and he'll show you what I mean.
Understood.
It was good, honest work building that aqueduct.
Back when we had proper leaders and proper...
Dougie, come here.
That feel good, boy.
Oh, whoa, whoa. He's a good boy. Your drink first, yeah. You didn't even get a drink. Well, she did offer us a terrible beer, but just ignored it. Which way is this? Oh, it's down here.
Make sure you're aiming that at the fish there. Where'd you get these
Come and have a look, don't be shy!
Fresh cuts, fresh cuts. Get your fresh cuts.
Come and have a look, don't be shy. And pet the dog, game of the year, yeah, I know, right? Can't pet him in the elevator, I think.
I knew that children were tested, that a bearer's fate was decided at birth.
And assumed it was best for all concerned. I know. But for a child to be blamed, to be hated by its parents through no fault of its own.
We knew nothing of what it meant to be born that way, did we?
No. That's better.
I needed a potion, I tell you. Hold on, let me check my inventory real quick. Items. Eye potion. Put it there. What the hell is this? Portal. The gallow crab.
My wounds, boy.
Thought I was this. Sharp fangs. Okay, this area is huge. Icy? Oh crap. Oh shit.
Too slow.
You can't hit him anywhere here. Only by his front. Shit. Oh, you cheeky sod.
Give them all you got, boy.
Give them all you got, boy. Adamantos. Like adamantium. Nice.
Not this time.
Get him, Jill. Damn it.
Toggle. Not this time. Too slow.
Torgal.
Not this time.
My wounds, boy.
That guy was a tough tortoise. Aggressive too. Any game that lets you pet the dog is definitely a game of the year.
It's over.
Killer bees. Megalo crab. He knocked them on their ass. Nice. Oh, for fuck's sake, another one. Ah, wait, did I still get hit there?
Not this time.
Give me fire.
Don't let them get away. My wounds, boy.
Two of them at the same time would be rough. Oh.
Give them all you've got, boy. There, boy. Keep your distance, boy. Toggle.
Bloody hell.
Not this time.
Ooh, and a level up. Well, it was worth killing them then. Attack only went up 2. Damn, that's very low. The level up must be very slow right now. The improving. Oh, it actually maxed my health out too. Nice. I didn't need to heal. Didn't need to heal. Then nice. Love just going around exploring and killing guys. So chill, dude.
That's enough. Stand down.
Torgal.
Over here.
Torgal. Some wild chocobos. Wait, will they attack me? Or are they chill? Blue bird. So I take. So they're not going to attack me unless the blue guy's around.
That's enough. It's over.
Oh, that was cool. I think he's dead, is he? Oh no. God, so much areas here. Doing no damage to him. What the hell? I thought the Gizzle Greens was the thing that you feed the chocobos.
That's enough.
God, so fun. Gameplay is just good time. More enemies up here. Great, another big horn. Big horn.
Sick of Toggle.
What? Moved. Why did it? Why did you not move there when I moved? Why did you not move there when I moved? Jesus, how high did I go up there?
My wounds, boy.
do you go around him? Shit. Man, I keep forgetting to do the explosion right after I attack. Okay, let's see. She killed the guys over here while I was killing this guy. Guess they didn't drop anything. Chockabos. Chockabos. Chocobos. Chocobos.
They'll fall like all the rest.
Shit, I moved the wrong way.
Flames to me! Stay down!
Flames to me. But that is it. Right, dead end. It's like it says. Okay, so we just go back around here. Look here and then there. Chocolate bros. Got some chocolate. Actually, I do have some chocolate in the fridge. Actually, I wouldn't mind eating some now. Don't want to eat it. My legs. Did I check that area over there? I might have already, actually. This game is beautiful. Beautiful. I already checked over here, didn't I? See if we can see it moving over here. Oh, didn't I guess?
It's over.
It's over. Okay, I guess it was whatever was in that box was why that was that area. Hey, thanks to Kelly.
There's
41
the
remake
Abbey.
life only. Oof.
What darkness awaits us within, I wonder.
Let's go and see.
He always has his brooding voice, doesn't he? Gloom Widow. Ooh. And we destroyed them there. I guess they're weak against fire, huh? Sharp fangs. Man, I keep getting nothing with sharp fangs.
That's enough.
That's enough. Yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of a nice challenge to do knife only in Ori 1. Did it before on easy, but I'll try and do it on like. Damn, it says hard. I was gonna say normal. Damn it! Did I already promise hard? Yikes! I don't know if I got the skills for that. Practice, I guess. You got everything. Darkness lies ahead. Nothing over here yet. Ooh, more Black Widows. Or Bloom Widows, I should say. Man, we're wrecking house here, guys. Boom. Absolutely destroyed. I guess those guys are just more weak to whatever I have. I don't know. Because the weird crab dudes were like... took a few more hits than that. Didn't level up anymore, did I? Green is so good. Oh, baby. Maybe it's because I'm Irish. Ran around every nook and cranny here. The area. No more items flickering. Alright. Orgel.
Good day to you. I'm afraid the Abbey is not open for public prayer. May Griga go with you?
We came to offer a donation. From Martha.
I see. Then please, follow me.
This is gonna be horrible, isn't it? Get that feeling.
I don't want to die. Please, Father. Come in for the pain. I beg you.
The light, it fades. I don't want to die alone.
It's all right. I'm here.
Who are these people?
Martha's bearers. She entrusted them to my care, that I might ease their suffering. To the extent that I can, for the time they have left.
Frozen? What?
The curse has taken them. All of them.
As it does every bearer forced to use their gift. With each draw on the ether, their bodies petrify, till all that remains is stone and pain, and so they are cast aside. There is nothing either Martha or I can do to change that, but we can at least strive to make their final hours a little more bearable. Have faith, my son, for you shall rise again and find the happiness denied you in this life.
That's rough, huh?
I must offer you my own thanks for the medicine you so kindly brought. Now, their final moments may be moments of peace. When next you see Martha, pray tell her that 2 more have succumbed.
This is what I came for. Be told sad news, huh? Get the chocolate now after this.
We should get back to Martha's Rest.
Yes, we should.
Go back inside.
Be strong, my child. Tincture will soon take effect.
Thank you for bringing us the physic. Would that we were not so reliant on Martha's kindness. But I fear we would have naught to soothe these bearers' woes without it. Save a prayer to a god that is not their own.
Hey, look at your house. What's in your house here? Nothing. Feck all. Feckin' shite house. Absolutely nothing on offer. Even a single potion. Well, at least you have that. Tincture. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna get a chocolate. A cream egg, guys. Hate when it's too sticky. Let's go this way. I have a bunch of cream eggs. I decided to have one. Put in the fridge though as well, so it's not as Don't hit me there. Keep mother fudger. Torgal. You're the best, Torgal. It's like ignoring my other party member. Torgal. Bridge should be ready by now. I'm guessing. Alright. Weird Torgal. Need some love, boy. Wow, wow, wow.
Fresh cuts, fresh cuts.
Don't be
Where'd you get these turnips?
That one shouting there is like angry. Come and have a look. Don't be shy. It's like someone to offer something else.
Ah, you're back. Thanks for taking care of that.
The abbot had a message for you. 2 more have succumbed.
I see. Come upstairs.
Uh-oh.
So, now you know, eh?
I've seen plenty of bearers die on the battlefield. But never like that.
And all because they were born different. The powers that be can't take away their gift, so they strip them of their humanity instead. Oh, there's plenty who pity a bearer's plight. But so long as we're content to sit around, weeping for those on whose broken backs we're carried, we ain't gonna change nothing.
And so you lend Sid your strength?
What little of it I have. Used profits from this place to buy the poor buggers.
So when the abbot told us the bearers were yours...
Aye, they're my property, at least by law. Any still fit to work fetch a price beyond my means. All I can do is care for those who are past mending. But it's not all doom and gloom. Bernard's finished fixing that bridge for you. You can carry on to Eastpool now. You got questions that need answering, ain't you? Well, I wish you luck.
Thank you, Martha.
Oh, I almost forgot. Sid and I have other friends in Rosaria. Wear this and they'll know you for one of us.
Seal obtained. Slumbering chocobo.
And know that you will always be welcome here.
We will? Sick, dude. You're welcome here too. Oh wait, you own the place. Never mind.
You were right, Sid. It really is them. Lord Rosfield and Lady Warwick have come back to us. And long may they stay.
Bearer's Lot. Ooh, I think I have enough points now for my ability. 1695. Flames of Rebirth. Summon a massive pillar of fire that burns all enemies caught within the flames. Also partially restoring Clive's HP. Ooh, that's good actually. Read that bit about the HP. This number of hits. Mastery allows assignment to any icon. Oh, that's cool. Ran out of ability points now. Try that out now in the next fight. Oh, there were ads, was it?
Sid.
Ah, Clive. You're not where I left you.
Hurt your hand.
I did, aye. With 1,000 little lightning bolts. Can't fling them around the way I used to. Think of it as my decoration for long service and exemplary misconduct. didn't come here to compare war wounds.
We didn't.
Thank you, Sid. For everything.
If you want to leave, that's your lookout. I'm sure you'll have a long and happy life together if you stay out of my way.
Sid!
Oh.
Cute.
I knew a girl back in the day. She was a slave to her fate, just like you.
Yeah, this guy's voice is familiar.
I wanted to save her. For a while, I even thought I could. But just because you think something doesn't make it true.
Sid.
I'm no savior. Just a conceited old fool. I talk about people forging their own futures. But instead of handing them the hammer, I beat them with my own. And if no bugger wants to listen to what you've got to say, you might as well keep your gob shut. But Clive, I will say this. You're not a monster. You're the same man you've always been. Accept that, and you may yet escape your fate.
My fate.
Look, lad, you've had a hard life. And I don't see it getting much easier. You might not be able to save anyone else, but at the very least, you can save yourself.
I'll try.
And Jill, I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk, but I trust she'll take good care of the boy.
Yes, I will.
Is that the last of it?
Aye.
We'd best head back then. Wouldn't want to keep Nan waiting.
Is he walking when they have the... Ta-da? Holding on. Quest is available nearby. Oh, there's two.
I have to find him before the Imperials do. Can't talk now, Oh, you're Clive, aren't you? Martha told me all about you. Word is you're a devil with that blade.
You look like you're in a hurry. Where are you going?
Not far, I hope. But I dare not waste a moment. It might cost a man his life.
Sounds serious. What happened?
It's not so much what happened as what might. They've discovered he's a bearer, see? And now, one of his erstwhile friends and neighbors wants to see him clapped in chains.
Where is this bearer?
Lipstick.
He wasn't fool enough to wait for the Imperials to arrive. Poor sod took to the road, left his whole life behind. But they'll be after him before long. I need to find him and get him to safety, fast. Here, if you've the time and the inclination, I could do with a hand. Will you help me find him?
Sure.
Of course. We bearers have to look out for each other.
Thank you, Clive. With your help, we might catch up with him yet. His name's Norris. We need to find him and get him to Martha before the Imperials sniff him out.
You found him yet? You won't catch a bastard standing around clucking like old hens. That fucking snake played me false, acted like he was one of us, and the whole time he was one of them. We need him caught and handed over to the Imperials. Hanging's too good for him. Well, go on then. If he gets away, I'll see you fitted for a noose.
All right, Ronald. We were just leaving. Look, this one's here to help. I was just filling him in.
Ha! Send a bearer to catch a bearer, is it? Not bloody likely. That's it. I'll find the bastard myself.
Come on now, Ron. It's dangerous out there. We wouldn't want you to come to any harm.
You want something done right, you don't send a bearer.
Clive, this might take a while. You start hunting our man, and I'll be along once I put Ronald's mind at ease. Someone
Ronald
said
McDonald.
they saw Norris heading for the Fallen Gate. Maybe you could ask if anyone over that way knows anything. We have to find him. Don't let him slip through our grasp.
I better find this Norris before Ronald takes matters into his own hands. Bearers are hardly difficult to spot. What did he mean about being played false, I wonder?
Fishmonger.
Here, you're that bearer who works for Martha, aren't you? Can you give me a hand? Curse my luck. I dropped my crystal off a cliff into the bloody swamp like an utter fool. Now, I've not got your knack, see, and I need that shard to chill my fish if I'm to take him to market. It's just a short climb down. I'll make it worth your while.
I'll make it worth your while. 1,000? I'll take it.
I can't promise anything.
Well, just promise you'll look. There may be one thing I failed to mention about the crystal. A creature might have already claimed it.
Claimed it?
All right, eaten it, but only might have, you understand. There were a lot of bog crabs down there. Nasty buggers, them.
Sounds like I need to break a few shells.
Oh, don't worry, there weren't too many of them. A veritable walk in the marsh, as they say. The ladders, right over there.
Yes, I know where it is. Buddy.
Bog crabs wouldn't eat a crystal, would they? Surely not. Not even those little bastards in the swamp. Oh, good luck down there. I'm counting on you.
Yeah.
Seen you been running errands for Martha. You can do a lot worse than serving her, that's for certain. Most folk round here would agree.
Most folk round here would agree, I tell ya. Spook. I dropped me bloody crystal down here in the feckin' swamp, like. Now I'm getting this fella to feckin' do it for me.
Watch yourself down in that bog. The mud'll take you for creepy crawlies, don't.
The mud'll take you if these creepy crawlies don't.
Careful.
Gonna try out my new move.
Crabs eating crystal. This should be interesting.
Hell yeah.
That's enough. You're finished.
Damn, I'm good.
No point spending any more time down here than I have to.
Did I get the crystal? I did. The feckin' bog crabs were causing a lot of trouble. So I had to take care of them. It was a strange endeavour indeed, lads. We did it. Now we're brilliant. Those accents are so funny in the game.
Well, any luck?
Yours, I presume.
Foul crystal.
You found it! Oh, thank you!
Oh, thank you.
Any longer out in the sun and my catch would have made for poor eating indeed.
Be more careful next time.
Oh, I will, I promise. No point casting my nets of a morning if I'm without a crystal to see the catch to town. There was a time honest tax-paying folk could get new ones whenever they wanted. Can't now, though, not for love nor money.
Crystals
For
are
love,
scarce,
more money.
and the Empire tightens its purse strings more every day. Lose this little beauty again, and I might as well scrap my nets and take to begging.
Great story. Whole story, man. 1,000. Let's go sort out Ronald McDonald.
Life without my crystal don't bear thinking about. You saved my life.
Life without my crystal, don't bear thinking about. It's like life without Drewski. Am I right, guys? Life without Drewski, bear no thinking about.
You don't know a man called Norris, do you?
I do, as it happens. He ran off that way not too long back. Looked like he was in a right old hurry. And he had a lantern with him for some reason. Never known him to stay out after dark.
He was making for the marshes then. All right. Thank you.
Why'd need the lantern? I'm the foggiest. You best hurry if you want to catch up with him.
You barely have to step out your front door these days before you're set upon by beasts or...
Beasts or bandits. That's true, Drew. That's true. Even being serious, like...
You can't have gone far.
Very true. I
better
can't
keep my
deny
eyes
it.
peeled.
Can't deny it right now. Couldn't deny it 5 minutes ago. The truth, Drew. The truth. Can't bear living without you. We just can't bear the time without a Drewski. 5 gil. Reeve lamp.
A lantern. The one Norris was carrying, no doubt. At least I know which way he went. Someone made short work of them. I wonder if that someone was Norris. Norris, I presume.
Leave me be.
You were never branded. So that's how you stayed hidden.
Ronald sent you after me, did he? Set an Imperial dog on his best friend. And when we were so close. I'll never forget the hatred in his eyes. But it doesn't matter now. I will not become a slave. As one bearer to another, please. Don't do this. You know how they treat our kind.
Ronald didn't send me. One of Martha's men did. He wanted to make sure you were safe.
I don't understand.
Martha takes in bearers. She's a friend. You can trust her. Believe me.
I never knew. I can't say I'm surprised, though. She has a kind heart. Kinder than most.
Just wait here and stay out of sight. You'll be among friends soon enough.
Thank you. There's few would have been so kind. And sorry. You're no Imperial dog. Far from it.
From
I've been called worse. Oh, I found a lantern back there. I assume it's yours.
Thanks. I dropped it when those creatures attacked me. But if I'm honest, I wasn't all that sorry to be rid of it. Ron gave it to me.
All right. I'll keep hold of it. I might be able to use it to put an end to the Imperial surge before it begins. A bearer without a brand. To have lived free for so many years. Only to be betrayed by a friend.
Why, Ron? After all these years, you were like a brother to me.
Ah, yes, discrimination. In our lives, why wouldn't it be in the game? climb the ladder again. Most of the missions so far have been pretty straightforward, not too complicated really.
I'll be fucked if I'm leaving this to a bearer. I'll go myself.
There you are, Clive. How goes the search?
Well branded. Have you found the bastard yet?
Only what was left of him. A corpse, torn apart by monsters. And this.
Let me see that. No. It can't be.
Shall we consider that the end of the matter then? Or do you need to see a body?
No. I mean, I've no use for bearer bones. He's dead. Let that be an end to it. Only wish those whose job it was had done what they were supposed to do and spotted him sooner. Letting a bearer go about without a brand? It's not right, I tell you. Who'll want anything to do with me now, eh? There goes the bearer lover, they'll say. I'll be a laughing stock.
Fucking easy.
Is it true, Clive? Is Norris really...
He's alive. You'll find him in a hut in the marshes. He's expecting you.
Oh, you crafty. Still, you did the right thing. Thank you. It's not much considering, but please, take this.
Yeah, give it to me. What is it? $100 ability points. I'll take it. Gone now. Free spool.
Good to see you. Well?
This place, as I'm sure you guessed by now, same as me old one from before. Most glamorous life, but it has its perks. When whatever I say goes up to a point anyway. If I started telling people to treat their bears better, the lads in the Legion would have me dangling from the rafters. So me other work I keep quiet, only ones in the put them already up in their necks. Sid, the blood axes, the Abbey lot.
And you, of course.
Go in the corral, go the bag. Rest.
Lively enough, innit?
All of us crammed up here on the rock. It was even busier when I was a young'un. I've come past the aqueduct on your way up here. Back when they were putting it up, all the builders stayed here. This was packed as a barrel of Guichal greens.
But then the Imperials came.
And the work was called off, all them poor lads out of a job. A gang of strapping stonemason to do when no one's building nothing. Why? Offered their muscle out to the highest bidder, of course, and that's how the blood axes came to be. The rest may not be as busy as it once was, but at least we're all safe up here thanks to them. I expect it's one of the only places in Rosario where bears treated like human beings nowadays.
Which is funny.
It's funny seeing as how the Imperials built it, an honest to goodness house of Gregor right on our doorstep. Most servants of the goddess don't allow bears anywhere near. Churches and chapels let the weight of the sin crack the tiles or some such nonsense.
Thankfully.
Thankfully, the abbots of Gladamon actually bothered reading some of the scripture and knows great Gregor wouldn't want to see any of our children suffer, though he has to be very careful about what he says in public. As for what he says in private, well, let's just say he's one of us.
Seeing you then?
He's seeing you then?
We should think about pressing on.
I can't be seen talking to you. If there's anything you need, ask Martha.
Alright, East Pool it is.
I hear the levies are due to go up. the slumbering chocobo. Welcome to the Brotherhood. You're free to come and go as you please, even to the north, now the bridge is fixed.
Green sheaves.
Don't you worry about them boards. I use good solid lumber. It's the beasts on the other side you want to be careful of.
More beasts.
Don't you worry about them boards. I use good solid...
Martha said the blight had spread even further south, pushing yet more monsters down with it. I dare say we'll be seeing a few along the way.
Then we shall have to keep our wits about us.
Party is just destroying folks. Any nooks and crannies here? I have to look through.
It's over. You're finished.
Oh jeez, she took care of these two. No bother on her. Shit. No, I didn't want to attack him. Shit. Okay, why did I get hurt there?
Not this time.
Damn it. Oops, I pressed the wrong button there. Too slow? Well, I think he's not too slow. He just hit me. These guys are such... Jesus, you got... Staggered a second time. Damn. on a baiting. Oy, oy, oy. I thought I was supposed to get some health back from doing that move.
I'll like it
Hoodlums, I tell you. Hoodlums. Enemies are under.
It's over.
Jailer's wrecking them for me. Almost leveled up. Next little encounter should probably level me up. Nice. That last blast is actually after the combos really well. Antelope. Doesn't seem like he's supposed to fight me, this guy, but okay. Those guys ran away when I attacked them. 22. Arrow. 11 o'clock already. And time flies, man. Fun. I've actually enjoyed this whole area that I've discovered. Pretty fun. Side mission. We upgrade our weapons.
You there! Over here!
Frederick.
Excuse me, I'll use that blade of yours. Curse my luck. I'm branded. No time to haggle with whoever holds your leash. Wait. That's the slumbering chocobo you're wearing. You one of Martha's, are you? Good. She won't begrudge me the use of you then.
Well, there's wolves about. We tried dealing with them ourselves. Made out bait, think we might swoop in and slaughter the lot. But we didn't expect the pack to be quite so bloody big.
I expect the blight drove them here. They must have fled their homes for greener pastures.
We'd hoped empty bellies might make them easy prey. We'd made them mean instead. Martha's
Mean.
no fool, so she must see something in you. Do us a favor and get rid of them, will you?
Ah, sure, I'll give it a go.
All right. I suppose those wolves pose a threat to everyone.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. I'd wager the greedy bastards are still over yonder, finishing off our bait.
Greedy
Well, you've
bastards.
seen to every last one of them. Go and speak to my friend over the bridge. Bryce, his name is. He'll want to know if it's safe to come across. All right, off you go then.
Oh, yeah. It's literally just over here.
Look hungry, all right. Hungry
Don't let them get away.
Go on, Torgal, that's it. Kick their ass.
I'm gonna find this Bryce and let him know the road's safe.
And doggos. Doom 64. Oh, nice. True. I thought you were going to stream that. It's fun for sure playing those games. Ooh, a Minotaur. Can't believe my eyes. A Minotaur. Hell yeah. Alright, buddy, you ready for a fight? Yeah, you are.
Not this time. Too slow.
Like this, buddy. Shit, I didn't move out of the way there. Now he's on his ass.
Sick of Torgal. Give them all you've got,
Not this time.
That is a lot of friggin' health. I need to upgrade this friggin' ability, because I always use it. This super long one that takes ages to use is annoying because there's a lot of damage though. Oh well. There's more of them over here.
Keep your distance, boy. Stay down.
Oh, that one got frozen in midair. Yeah, Doom 64. That was a fun game. I enjoyed playing that. And it's so easy to stagger this dude.
Don't let them get away. My wounds, boy. Toggle. Wake wins. Not this time.
Just forgot. Like after again.
Give them all you've got, boy. Keep your distance, boy. A little help.
Beautiful. He's guarding an old box over here, so he is. Easy right. That'll actually be really useful. Good for upgrading, I think. Real good. Areas to explore here. Like a kid in a candy store, man. I just like looking everywhere.
Royce has been stuck on the far side of that bridge for bloody ages. You make sure to let him know once it's safe to cross.
Roy's been stuck at the end of that ledge for flipping ages. You be sure to do something. Okay, I already checked all this out. Bloody ages like that. Bloody Bryce, man. Ugh. A broken hilt.
Wonder how long that bait will last.
You, Bryce?
What's it to you, bearer?
Your friend asked me to get rid of the wolves. So I got rid of the wolves.
You'd have me believe a single bearer slew the entire pack. Then again, if you didn't... You wouldn't be on this side of the bridge. Bugger me, you're a tough one, aren't you? Oh, Frederick! You wily bastard. I never thought to pit beast against beast like that. You served us well, bearer. Be sure to pass our thanks to your master.
Wanker. Bunch of wankers. Hey, McClive, why didn't you call him a wanker?
Look, the windmills. That must be Eastpool.
East.
It's over.
Weird sounds of that yoke. Shit, I probably shouldn't have used that now on them. No. It is. Killing some innocent animals? That would never be me.
I remember coming here with Lord Murdoch when I was young. Rosaria seemed a very different place back then.
This area is freaking huge. It just keeps going. Little area all the way over here. Shit. I have to go check that. Area looks fucking gorgeous. Gorgeous. Hoodie hides. Get up there. Go inside.
This might take a while.
I think I used some cheats, I think, to actually get all the trophies for Doom 64. I haven't gotten a single fucking potion all the time out here.
Too slow.
This guy's annoying.
Too slow. Not this time.
Jesus.
My wounds, boy.
I'll be fine now. Too slow. Not this time.
Man, this guy is persistent. Oh, she healed me? Nice.
Not this time. Don't let them get away.
That guy was a cheeky bugger, I tell you. I feel like I should have gotten more experience for that. 20 experience seems like standard for everything. Alright, run back. Yeah, it's pretty chill, Andrew. Like, once you beat Doom 2016, like, you can unlock, like, infinite ammo and stuff. I think the same with Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal is more friggin' difficult, though. Jesus. I think you get frustrated on Doom Eternal if you ever played it through. That game was tough as nails.
Quiet, isn't it?
Yes.
You're Clive Rossfield. It's me, Hannah, Rodney Murdoch's wife.
Oh, Rodney. Rodney.
Oh, I knew it was you. You haven't changed at all. The Lord Marquis and Jill too. It's so good to see you both again.
It's good to see you too, Lady Hannah.
Yeah, Drew, don't bother.
If you have time, you simply must come back to the house. I haven't much to offer, but what is mine is yours.
We should be delighted.
I just love the flame thing you have in that, so you can get armor back so quick.
And
What I
you've
like.
been wandering the world ever since. I can well understand fleeing from those iron blood brutes, but oh, to take to the road at such a tender age.
Tender age.
It wasn't easy, but we survived, and...
And now we're back. It's wonderful to see you safe and well, Lady Hannah. Do you think you will stay here, in Eastpool? Rosalith still enjoys the Mother Crystal's blessing, does it not? You could always move.
This house holds a lot of memories for me. So long as I can live here in peace, here I shall stay. Not that it matters. The capital is closed to civilians, by order of the Duchess. Or should I say, Her Imperial Majesty. Annabella's marriage to the Emperor of Sambrec heralded a great many changes here.
Yes. Of course.
Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to...
Please. There is nothing to forgive. Would my mother not make an exception for you and your husband? Surely she would not refuse the Lord Commander.
You haven't heard, then. Rodney passed away on the night of the fire.
He never returned from Phoenix Gate.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Clive.
My poor child. You look pale. All this traveling must have taken its toll. I insist you rest. We can talk later. Hmm?
Are you sure you don't want to sleep inside?
I can't. Not after what I did.
Lady Hannah said she would prepare a change of clothes for you in the morning. She really has been very kind.
Years of killing. 13 years without the faintest glimmer of hope. It was only Joshua that kept me going. I swore that I would avenge his death. That I would kill his killer. That was the only thing that gave my life any meaning. But if it was me who killed Joshua and Murdoch and all the others, then why the hell am I still breathing?
I ask myself the same. When I fought, hundreds died. There were so many bodies, so many lives cut short in their prime. That day in Dalmekia, I wanted to join them. I wanted it all to end. I couldn't bear it anymore. If living meant being that, better to be just another body.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember that night on the balcony, when we looked up at the moon? I said a prayer to Metia, and that prayer was answered. You came back to me. The heavens must have a plan for us.
Oh.
We should get some rest.
Right.
Good night, Clive. Sleep well.
Well.
Thank you, Lady Hannah. Perhaps now people will not flee at the sight of me.
You look just like Elwyn did when he was your age.
How did you come to have some of my father's old clothes?
Oh, before Elwyn became Archduke, our families would often summer together. He and Rodney were like brothers. These clothes have been in a wardrobe for years, collecting cobwebs along with everything else.
Well, I'm very grateful for them. And sorry for depriving you of your memories.
Not at all. It's what your father would have wanted.
They suit you well. Thank you, Lady Hannah.
Yes, thank you. You've been most kind.
No, I should thank you. It may only have been for a short while, but seeing you again took me back to happier times. Fare you well, my lord and lady.
And you, Lady Hannah.
Too bad. We got a new sword and stuff.
If we follow the road to the north, it should take us all the way to Phoenix Gate. Let's go.
Invictus. Purple things are nice, yes. Let me try that move. Just try it out for a bit. Maybe it's decent. Doesn't seem to do as much damage, I think. That teleports from there. Reds. What's the doggy? I thought he was kapush. The way he was lying looked funny.
Wonder if Martha could spare us a few bushels.
And let's speed up running here. You're not in town, I don't know.
Well, aren't you dressed up smart? Especially for a bearer. Proper little prince you look.
Thanks. But they still recognize me as a bearer. Thought the clothes made it look like I wasn't. Can't I just like tattoo over my face so I'm not a bearer?
I fear that the old road to Phoenix Gate was lost to the Blight many years ago. Have care out there, both of you.
I thought he was, that little dog on the ground was dead, so I was like, he looks awful funny, the position. I think that it was a trick of the light. I like his new threads though, pretty cool. Red. Good. Talking to another box, nice. Worth looking around in. Get checked out.
Not bad at all. We'll make a master baker of you yet.
Bears or just slaves?
Again this year.
I'm not sure this harvest will see us through winter.
Where are you off to then? Or hasn't your master told you? Either way, I expect our humble village ain't your final destination. Not to say it didn't have its charms. Take that tower. Relic of the Fallen it is. Must have stood there 1,000 years. And in all that time, no one's ever been inside. Mysterious, eh? Where are you off to then? Or hasn't your master?
Well met, friend.
The wind. Rook's go down by 2 points. I don't think it's worth that much. Ah.
Yeah. Here you go.
Yo.
Safe travels.
Blacksmith around here. Don't. Enjoying this, lads. I'm telling you. Very chill and relaxing.
You? Those are Elwyn's. By the flames. You're his firstborn. Clive Rosfield.
You're mistaken.
Oh, you can't fool me, my lord. You're the very image of your father. And that would be true even if you weren't wearing his clothes. The self-same garments Hannah was keeping for you, if I'm not mistaken. She always swore that she would never part with them until the day Elwyn's sons returned. And now that day has come. Why, you'll be able to take your bearers back as well.
My bearers.
Thanks, Chris.
Forgive me, Master Mayor. I was a child when last I came to Eastpool. I didn't recognize you.
Oh, I'd be surprised if you recognized anything at all. Much has changed since Rosaria fell to the Empire. Not least for the bearers, who once served her noble families. When the Ironbloods sacked Rosalith 13 years back, many who lost their masters fled here in search of sanctuary.
And never returned.
Aye. The plan was to send them home once we'd won back the capital. But then the Imperials arrived. Rosaria became a province of Sanbreque. The duchy was dissolved, and they no longer had any home to return to. Back in your father's day, any bearer who lost their master became a ward of the duchy. We'd hand them over to the sheriffs, and they'd be assigned a new position. But when we saw how the Empire treated their branded, we knew that wasn't an option. So they've been here ever since.
And now you want to give them to me?
They're yours by right, Lord Rosfield. Bequeathed you by your late father. And they'd be better off serving you than hiding here. Indeed, many of them used to serve your house. and still considered the Rosfields their masters.
I'm no one's master. Not anymore. They wouldn't be safe with me.
I understand. You'll forgive an old man his fanciful notions. Been daydreaming for too long. But still, I would ask a favor of you. A small mercy.
If it is within my power.
Good question,
One
Andrew.
of the bearers is an elderly fellow who still swears absolute loyalty to Archduke Elwyn. I don't ask that you take him into your service, only that you meet with him. Let him see that Elwyn's son still lives, and that he's as fine a man as his father ever was.
It would be my honor.
Thank you, my lord. He sits by the well most days, watching the people go about their business. If you could show him your face, I would be most grateful.
Show him the face. Back in the day.
As fine a man as my father.
You're not so very different, you know. Especially dressed like that. Come on, let's go and meet that bearer.
Not sure this harvest was...
He's not here.
Well, I can't leave without meeting him. I've let the mayor down once already. It would be cruel to disappoint him again.
All right, let's ask around.
Good luck. Yeah.
Someone must have seen him.
I don't know if I ever did.
Well now, unfamiliar faces. What brings you to Eastpool, travellers?
We're looking for an elderly bearer. You wouldn't happen to have seen him, would you?
Ah, you mean the old boy who always waits by the well?
Yes, that's him.
What business do you have with him, if you don't mind me asking? You're not from the capital too, are you?
We are, in a way.
Well then, it's a pleasure to meet a fellow Rosalifian. I was born and raised down Market Street. And never would have left if Archduke Elwyn had survived the fire. It wasn't the same when the Duchess took over, though. All the beatings, the evictions, the levies going up and up and up, even as the blight took half the harvest. Oh, listen to me, telling you what you already know. I'm sorry. And I'm afraid I can't help you with your bearer either, though I doubt he'll have gone far. He comes here every day, almost as if he's waiting for something.
We'll keep asking around then. Thank you.
Don't worry, he won't have gone far. He's not too steady on his feet.
Good day, milady. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a bearer, an elderly fellow who used to serve the Rosfields. Have you seen him?
Ah, that old loon. No sign of him today. Funny, he's usually down by the well at this hour, cooking up his fantasy feasts.
I'm sorry?
Oh, he worked in the kitchens at Rosalith Castle back in the day. Still thinks he's there now. You'd often hear the poor fool chatting away to the Archduke. Living in a dream he is. But better there than here, I suppose. Can't imagine the Viceroy stopping to trade tales with a bearer. Can you?
No.
Anyway, you'll be round here somewhere. Doubt he has the puff to stray too far.
Thank you. We'll keep looking.
The puff to stay through. No, I definitely put in money in some well.
Hey, hold on a mo. Young Patrick, the chocobo keeper, might know where he is. He's taken the old bird under his wing, so to speak. He'll be in the stables. You should go and have a word with him.
Patrick the Chocobo Keeper. Thank you. We will.
I'm sorry, Jill. making you do all this in my stead.
It can't be helped if we're to keep up the pretense. Come on, let's head for the stables.
Where the bloody hell's he got to?
Excuse me, but is something the matter?
It's this bearer I've been minding. I take my eyes off him for 1 minute and he disappears. He's not in his usual spot by the well, nor anywhere else in the village.
You must be Patrick.
I am, but...
And this bearer you're looking for, he's an elderly man who used to work in the Rosalith Castle kitchens, yes?
That's the fella. How'd you know all this? I've never seen you in Eastpool before, but you seem to know the place better than I do myself.
Why was that faded?
Ah, so that's how it is. Well then, if you're acting under orders of the mayor, you're on about to help me find him. He's been losing what little sense he had left of late, saying the sheriffs are coming to collect him and that he needs to go back to the castle. I was supposed to watch over him, keep him out of trouble. But if he's walked out on us, there's not a lot I can do.
Nod the heads.
Understood. You keep searching here. We'll look for him outside.
Thank you. I'm in your debt.
Your debt.
I hope he hasn't wandered into trouble.
Let's just concentrate on finding him. Still no sign. Could he have strayed even further?
Back out here where I was. Things respawn.
Look, there's someone over there.
It might be him. We should hurry. Company.
We can't lead them to the old man. They need to die.
Agreed.
Garuda Lenja!
Mud Dauber. Hell yeah. Eat the chocobo.
Are you all right, my friend? Come on. Let's go home.
Your Grace, you came for me. I waited for you so long, but you finally came.
I'm not who you think.
Clive.
Yes. Pray forgive my long delay.
It's nothing, Your Grace. I prayed to the Founder that you would come, and at long last, he answered. Will we be returning to the castle, then? There is still a place for me in the kitchens.
No, my friend. We will not be returning to the castle, not yet. I'm on a very important expedition. One which may take some time. Could you wait for me in Eastpool until my journey is complete? I will come back for you then. I promise.
Of course, Your Grace. For you, I would gladly wait until my dying day.
Fade. Love their fading transitions in this game.
Thank you, both of you. You've been most kind. The memory of serving the late Archduke was as one light in the darkness, and now that light burns a little more brightly. It's nothing but a fantasy, of course, but it's better than the truth of the matter. A damn sight better.
Damn sight better.
The blight is on our doorstep. Our harvests are failing. The people are leaving in droves. If it weren't for Lady Hannah selling half our worldly goods to provide for the few of us who stayed behind, we would long since have starved. We want to keep the bearers safe here, we really do. But unless a miracle happens, we won't be able to spare a crust of bread to share between them soon enough.
Is it really that bad?
So bad, I even petitioned the Imperial garrison to take them. But when they found out where they'd come from, they damn near spat in our faces. Ducal dogs, they called them. Enemies of the Empire.
I know a man named Sid, who would gladly give a home to any bearer in need of one. Leave this with me. As soon as I return from Phoenix Gate, I'll speak with him.
Thank you, my lord. Will you be passing through Eastpool on your way back? I should very much like to speak with you again, if you have the time.
You have
regarding
the
the future of the village, and what might be done for Lady Hannah. After all, she's done for us.
Yes, of course. I'll be back anon.
Fare you well, my lord, my lady. I wish you a safe journey.
Fare thee well. Probably buy something. $160. That one I should upgrade. Aerial blasts. That looks cool. 1,504. I should save up for that. Maybe I'll wait. I'm not really doing bad right now anyway. Gate. Oh.
The Deadlands are aptly named.
I didn't realize they were this close.
No wonder their crops are failing. The blight is leaching the ether from the soil. And when the last drop is drained, their fields will turn to this. No plants, no animals, no life.
And no monsters. I suppose that's one small mercy.
What's this? Another relic of the fallen.
Go in there.
won't be able to use any magic here.
Another thing to worry about. As if the absence of ether didn't cause enough problems.
Take away the lad's life force, and problems are all that's left.
I can hardly imagine what this place used to look like before the Blight took it.
I remember. It was beautiful.
Beautiful. The potion, high potion. It's okay here.
There it is. Phoenix Gate. Where it all went wrong.
Come on, Clive. It's time to discover the truth.
Time to do. That's cool, actually, that you can like go to each of these along the way. Let's go back and see if I can upgrade. Do.
Lady Hannah has always been so kind to us. We should do something for her in return.
Like what, huh?
Make it quick. I'm saying Fordian, do you?
Make it quick.
That it?
Great answer. Guess I can't really do much. Have a look around though.
Let's get this fixed before someone...
I missed you.
Well, look at you. No one would mistake you for an Imperial now, that's for certain.
Look at you. This is 5. Sid. Can you look up some the text really?
I'd been cast out and left for dead when Sid found me. There's not a day goes by.
I want to talk to this.
So many uses.
Good day. Or is it night?
Or is it night?
You wish to study the tomes?
Errors. There we go. Doesn't have the power to cast magic without a crystal. The Celestial men and women who awaken as bears are enslaved, branded with a mark on their cheek that leads some to call them by the pejorative moniker branded. The powers do not begin to approach those of almighty dominance. They too suffer from the crystal curse, gradually turning stone over a lifetime of channeling. Used as tools. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Soldier. Here is forced to fight for the nation to enslave them to stomach the urge to flee. Penalty for desertion is death. Soldiers are encouraged to keep a close watch on each other to prevent others from doing so. The brand upon soldiers' cheek presents again additional obstacle, and so must follow their orders, turning steadily to stone with each draw on the ether. Now, emblems that Sid's allies distribute to those in their circle. Plus, it is confident rich profit less expensive marks the bears. The slaves might go about their business unmolested.
Did you learn everything you needed?
I just want to figure out the whole bear shenanigan.
We just don't have enough teams to follow every lead.
Oh, nice cloak.
And what do you want? If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
Be quick about it. Strength. I never use these strength. Anything tonics.
Is that all?
Most of the time I'm able to dodge attacks. Start a little bit of the next area. What is 12? I probably should stop. Too addictive. Gate rules. Untouched the many winters since the strongholds fall. The scars, the fateful night linger still upon the walls. Torgal.
It's almost as if time had stood still.
I suppose no one had any cause to return here. No. It's just as I left it. Let's have a look around.
Buried memories.
Could I have done this?
Could anyone?
Jesus. Big friggin' crater. Big critter. Hey, Laura. Why you always staring at me, huh? Why you do that? I could get rid of Clive. Nice. Bonjour. You're coming in near the end because I'm probably about to end very soon. Could take so much more speeches.
Jill!
Sorry, Laura. It's just super late as well.
What is it, Torgal? Clive.
That's him. He's the only one who can tell me what happened. I have to know.
Too late to talk. No worries. Lurk away. Have fun lurking. Why not? Nice dungeon.
Where is he?
Nowhere to be seen.
Damn it! He's like a bloody eel.
What is this place, anyway? Some sort of shrine?
Oh, sorry. You've never been here before.
This is the Hall of the Gate.
The gate?
It's a relic of the Fallen. Only the Phoenix's dominant can open it.
Hence the castle's name. This was where Joshua was supposed to...
Yes. He would have stepped through this door the next morning and listened to the words of our ancestors.
Would you have gone with him?
No. The apodatory is holy ground. None but the dominant may enter. I and the other shields would have stood guard here and prayed for my brother's safe return. Where the hell did he go?
Perhaps he went inside.
He couldn't have. He'd need the power of the Phoenix.
Ooh.
Thank you, Joshua.
Are you sure about this?
Nevermore.
Wait, she's going in? Oh, it was only one dude that could go in. all of the answers.
Another gate. Let's see if this one opens.
Whoa!
Could this place really be a fallen ruin?
You could hardly call it a ruin.
Sick, dude. Look at his face. Area looks so cool. It looks like it looks kind of like an area from like Alien or something, you know? Like Alien spaceship would just be down there in the middle, or that thing that looks like a telescope looking up. Like Prometheus, Alien Isolation. I don't know what it looks like.
Perfect. Like it was built yesterday.
Uh-oh. Enemies.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Trophy room, yeah. They're definitely gonna get up.
Jill?
Yep. Spider stone dudes.
What do we do?
The usual.
That was it. That was easy. I was expecting more to spawn.
More trouble. Too slow. Give me fire! How can these things still function?
How can any of this? This must be what the fallen ruins were like before they fell.
Hell, this game is so good. This half of this looks like something out of Destiny to me as well. That would be fantasy. Hey Jill, or Gil. Do you say Gil or Jill? I always said Jill, I think, when I was growing up, but maybe it's Gil. Feel is like J. Definitely feels like a Final Fantasy game with this kind of stuff in it. Rooms upon rooms of enemies. Oh, big dude.
Looks like he can take a beating.
Then let's give it one.
Too slow. Not this time.
Shit, should have gone out of that circle.
Too slow. Toggle. Too slow.
Man, you have to like jump out of the circle so fast. Nice. Staggered him. Almost didn't get out in time.
Too slow.
Does any of this make sense to you?
None. Let's find the hooded man and leave.
You just saw something. Thank you, Chris, for the contribution to the challenges. I appreciate it. Get them points. Which way did I come in? This way is glowed up. Maybe this is the way to go. Vapor of wind gouge. Ooh, that's good actually. That'll reduce time. Gouge damage by 15. Ooh, yeah. Definitely changing that. Defense by 10. Now we can reduce. We can get rid of that. You know, we can switch heat wave back to rising flames. That's what we'll do. I like heat wave, but rising flames. What's our ability at? really, Andrew? Man, I have to friggin' do mercenaries because the game got corrupt. Sucks. Well, high potion. Are they hidden achievements, are they? Uh-oh. Bombs. Bomb? Oh shit, bombs! They were in Final Fantasy. I know they were in 8, but I don't know if they were in 7. They probably were. Oh, I remember these dudes.
Stay down.
They killed themselves. Definitely an 8 though.
Would Joshua have had to run this gauntlet too?
No. At least not that I ever heard about. I imagine the Phoenix would receive a warmer welcome.
Here we go again.
Ooh.
Where will we end up this time?
Surrounded by contraptions hell-bent on murdering us, I expect. Could the hooded man really have taken this path?
We won't know until we've followed it all the way to the end. Come on, let's keep looking.
Ooh, 1,200 gil. Ah, flip another one.
How tall are you?
bit of health there, but that's okay.
Better already.
You like going back to Mercedes? I thought it was alright.
Let's make this quick.
I'm just annoyed because I do it all over again. Get them all?
Look out! There's more of them.
They'll fall like the rest.
Yeah, that's not gonna work on these guys, I think. Got him before he killed himself. Might then just like picked up. I think it does. I get Rook's Gambit. Thing I have. I need to get rid of that actually. I think it's not that good actually. Come back then deliver a punishing counter if the jump, if it aids an attack, counter potency is increased. Can be used in mid-air. This one's better, honestly. Felt like it was doing more damage. Open the chest. Shit, go back. No, go back. Dick. Okay. You go back. How dare you? How dare you? A series of challenges here. And I need to go to bed. Addictive game. That's not stupid. But it's so good.
Huh?
I don't like this.
Oh. It's a boss.
Seems the feeling's mutual.
Iron Giant. Bitch.
Who's that?
That attack is cool looking boss.
Don't let them get away. My wound's boy.
Press the attack.
drawing in energy.
Not for long it isn't. With me.
There, it's down. This is our chance.
Our chance.
Who's that?
Feeling he was going to do that.
Not this time.
This time. Almost down. Nice. Dismantled. Oh yeah. He's a dismantled big boy now. Alright, see you, Chris. Thanks for hanging out, man. Take care.
Done.
What are these creatures? And why do they keep attacking us?
They're probably asking themselves the same thing. We're the ones trespassing here. They're just protecting their home. Jill, look.
Is that some kind of mural?
It's worth a closer look, whatever it is.
Whirlwind. Wicked Wheel. Wait, what's wheel? Oh, this. Well, I mean, it's about the same. Potion. Oh, wait. Don't tell me they're going to give me another potion. Using the potion I just had. Yeah, knew it. High potion. They thought I was going to die in that fight. For shame. Game giving me potions. Here.
All right then.
Another boss fight. Semi-boss fight, I guess.
Too slow. Not this time.
Get him, boy.
Give them all you've got, boy. Too slow. Not this time.
Man, this guy keeps. Hell yeah.
That thing. It wasn't like the others.
It would seem this place holds even more secrets than we thought.
Mischievous. Look at the areas here, like. Sick. Proportions. I didn't even get hurt by that guy. I don't know now because I got healed.
Look out!
They're all different as well.
That's enough. It's over.
Oh, I see. She freezes them.
Lights.
Well, that did something.
Dun dun dun. Oh, it's opened up here. Potion used. Why you can't carry that many potions? Take. Fire! Wrecked them all in one go. OP. OP.
What have we here?
Another fallen wonder.
More switches.
So, it isn't a dead end after all.
Apparently not.
Apparently. Apparently it's confusing.
It all seems to lead to this room.
Like, why does
And
it?
look what's in it.
Auditory. What is this?
How old do you suppose this is? 1,000 years? More?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. Who is that in the middle, do you think? Some sort of god? You're him. The second dominant of fire. Who are you?
Where are you? Uh-oh. Doesn't sound good.
What?
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
I'm back.
Joshua! Stop it! Please! Stop!
Japes.
I did this. I killed him. Joshua chose me to be his shield. He gave me his blessing and asked me to keep him safe. I should have protected him that day. It was my duty.
Clive.
Joshua. I'm sorry. I failed you. Joshua died. I killed him. And I blamed another for what I did. To spare myself the guilt. I feared that by accepting it, I would lose what little was left of me. So I ran. From everything. And now? Are you ready to accept the truth?
Truth, huh?
I know it won't be easy, but it's what I must do. So that Joshua's soul can finally rest in peace.
Talking to himself, huh? Well, strange things happen.
No matter how bitter the truth that awaits me, I will press on.
Come, Ifrit. Show me who you truly are.
I'm gonna fight this guy? No, I don't want to do that.
Garuda, lend me your strength.
I can't win this. Are you kidding me?
Not this time. Not this time.
Damn it. I think I can really slice him up here. Oh, I can apparently.
Too slow. Not this time.
Music is epic though. Am I just using my own power with myself here? Nice.
Flames to...
Oops. Let me do that.
Not this time.
Damn it.
Too slow. Not this time. Not this time.
How am I even making a dent in this guy? feel like even if I win this fight, I'm probably gonna lose in the fucking cutscene or something.
Not this time.
Feels like one of those things. Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Oh, what's happening? Take that, you... Now I gotta fight myself?
No. Still you deny it. Even when the truth's staring right at you. Come on, Clive. Face your fears. Choose that. Not this time. Flames to me.
Face yourself.
What?
Uh-oh. Dante! Oh no!
I see.
What are you doing here?
You'd have me learn by example. Choose that. Choose that. Not this time.
Thinking of that? Yeah, I know, right? Oops, I meant to get out of the way there, but my fucking brain didn't work. Oh, hell yeah, parry.
Too slow.
Oops. Myra. Please use it.
Too slow. Not this time.
Damn it, Dante. You're gonna transform into now.
No escape, eh? It's all right. I'm done running from you. Together, then.
Huh?
It's time to find out who we are. Once and for all.
Oh, wait, did I get something new? Accept the truth. L3 and R3. Ooh.
Show yourself, Ifrit.
Come on, don't fucking move all over when I got cool shit. There's definitely like Devil May Cry with like the demon mode. I guess I have an infinite now while I'm learning this. Sure is something indeed. Uh-oh, back to this guy again. This is crazy shit, but I love it. Wicked.
I know the truth of it now. You are not afraid. I am.
Dun, 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 Oh, hell yeah. This is a boxing fight here. I'm just mashing QTEs here. massacre there. Shadow vanquished. Ooh, the level up. Bit. Sweet. That was fun, actually. Fire shard used in craft. Never makes sense how he puts that sword in, because he like, puts the whole thing. Acceptance.
Clive, are you all right?
Jill. It's nothing. I'll be fine. No more chasing shadows. The hooded man isn't here. We should go.
Big ass sword. Big bass sword. I'm just thinking of a big giant fish as Cloud's sword.
Clive, are you sure you're all right? Whatever it is, you can tell me.
I had a hard enough time telling myself. I awakened as a dominant of fire, right here in this castle, and I've been running from it ever since. But now I know for certain who I really am. The second icon of fire, who killed my brother and burned this castle to the ground, was me. Ifrit.
Clive.
I took so many lives that night, and destroyed so many more, including yours. And I must atone for the crimes I've committed. But not before I learn the whole truth. How can a second icon of fire even exist? And why was I chosen as its dominant? Who is the hooded man who brought us here? And what does he want? I need to know. And since I'm still breathing, I might as well make myself useful.
We'll find your answers together. I want to learn the truth too. There'll be time enough for atonement when we're done.
I was hoping you'd say that. I don't think I could do this without you. You never were one to hide from the truth, even when we were young. And you haven't changed a bit.
You're wrong. I have changed. But I don't want to be that person anymore. The things she did were unforgivable. And yet, they're what brought us back together.
Yay. Friends.
Thank you, Jill.
Jill!
If he is here, then the disturbance I felt at the care must have been confounded. The hour is later than I thought.
Confound it. Meanwhile, Dasbog.
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffer said, he said Sid paid him.
Easy now, boy. Calm down.
You run amok with the rest of your rats, and this is how you repay me? Find out where he is. I'll crush him, flay him, rip out his heart, him and all his filthy brood.
Freaking Giga Chad.
Last one of them down. Out. No!
Yes, yes, my lord.
Oh, this is Benedicta.
Benedicta.
Okay. Meaning of life. We can find that out. The meaning of life. Lives gain control of the icon Ifrit. Having access to new icon abilities such as ignition. Fiery lunge that drives back enemies while dealing continuous damage. That is unlocking the limit break gauge. Slots for Ifrit's abilities are shared with those for the Phoenix and can be confirmed via the abilities tab in the main menu. The break gauge is located in Eclipse HP bar. These guys inner beast and semi-prime into Ifrit by pressing L2 and R2 when this gauge is full. Gauge fills in both taking damage as well as successfully performing defensive maneuvers. Semi-priming temporarily grants increased attack potency and speed, gradual HP regeneration, and guard breaking strikes. Semi-priming.
So, what next?
We return to Eastpool. I promised the mayor I'd talk to him again. About Lady Hannah amongst other things. Though she may be loath to leave, I can't help thinking she'd be safer with Sid too.
Alright, we should arrange an introduction then.
Locked Ifrit ability. Oh, I have to actually buy it. Oh, okay. Ignition. Would That looks cool. Will of the Wikes. Summon a storm of fireballs that circle around Clive, damaging nearby enemies, but also absorbing damage. Oh, okay. That's actually kind of handy. I don't want the limit break though. Oh, it's upgrade the limit break. I already have it. So. Give these a go. Probably should look at this later though, because it's like 1 AM now. Shit. Damn it, there's only space for 2 attacks here. That sucks. I love that they're using the classic Final Fantasy sprites here. Cloud. Psst. Psst, get out of here. What are you talking about? I didn't even mention Cloud. What are you talking about? Don't make me get Kathi, Drew. Crap, now I gotta figure out how to do this ability that I got. They give me potions and I have too much. Too much. You made one lady mad today. Uh-oh. Never a good thing, Drew. Right, Torgal, come here. No, stand still. Oh, I can't pet him. Come on, another potion?
Torgal, what is it?
Nothing good, I'll wager. Come on.
Another potion. Oh, you bastards.
What happened here?
Oh, you bet your ass you're gonna get kicked.
You'll pay for this.
Oh, they friggin' will.
We've got a live one.
Yeah.
Remember our orders? No survivors.
Who would order such a thing?
You guys are gonna pay for that, buddies. Wait, how do I activate the ability? L3 and R3. Ah, okay. And what does upgrading that do? Breakage. couple of spells, increases charge magic burst, precision shot, increases iconic ability potency, slowly restores HP. Oh, nice. So it's a good all-around thing.
Thought you could escape us, did you, Branded? You were born a slave, and you'll die one!
Too slow.
Kill all the ducal dogs!
Ducal dogs? We're innocent people!
Stay down!
That's enough.
This ability is really handy.
We'll wipe this place off the map.
Wipe.
It's over.
Damn.
All must burn! The bearers and those who sheltered them. By Empress Annabella's command!
Empress Annabelle is gonna get her ass friggin' kicked.
My mother ordered this. Why?
Clive.
I know. You can wait.
Too slow.
Keep your distance, boy.
Don't let them get away. Give them all you've got, boys.
Yeah, stunned again.
Too slow. Not this time. That's some skill.
Stunned again, motherfucker. he did. Evildoers. What you get for killing innocent people. You gonna find anyone alive?
I'm sorry, Lady Hannah.
Oh no, she died?
You deserved so much better. All of these people did. Better than my mother.
We're too late. Gav. Clive.
Too late, lads. Too late. Missed the party.
Acting on the orders of the Duchess, eh? We knew Eastpool was harbouring bearers. Thought they were safe enough hidden up here, but someone must have let slip. If they'd have only come to us sooner, none of this would have had to happen. Fuck!
My mother always did despise bearers. The way Father embraced them when the other nations spat on them as slaves. The way an accident of birth gave them a power that others lacked.
But why kill everyone? They meant no harm. They just wanted to be free.
This world judges that a crime punishable by death. Which is why we're going to change it. Gav, we want to help.
Thought you'd got your own stuff to be getting on with.
We do. But it can wait.
In that case, we should head back and tell Sid you've had a change of heart. He was always on it yet to join us.
All right.
And we'd best be quick. Last I heard, he was planning another excursion.
What about the villagers?
Aye. Can I leave yous lot to take care of things here?
Of course. We'll make sure they get a proper burial.
Thank you. All of you.
When you're ready, then.
You're ready then. Born ready. Man, all those poor people murdered.
Now, rats, lead me to your nest. Lord Kupka has a message for your leader. If only he knew where to send it.
Dodgy fucker. Jesus. I guess I'm forced to travel here. Righting wrongs.
To Sid Solar, then. We have a lot to discuss.
Make it quick. Not Sangfordian, do you?
Invictus.
And?
Don't mind me. Just taking a quick break.
We can keep running. Or we can walk through this door.
Hey, Swift, how you doing?
This place is getting more crowded by the day.
I tell myself the bustle's a blessing. There'll be time enough for quiet contemplation when I'm dead. So, did you find the answers you were looking for?
I still don't know what to make of this gift, curse, or whatever it is I've been given. But there is one thing I can say for certain. I am a dominant, Ifrit. And there is nothing I can do to change that. It is a burden I must bear until my dying day.
Spoken true. Forgiveness and in turn salvation can only begin with acceptance. It's a path we all must walk, no matter how colourful our histories.
Sid, you once told me that you wanted to build a place where people could die on their own terms.
I did.
I've been thinking about that. Why not a place where people can live on their own terms? For 13 years, killing was all I knew. So obsessed with death.
Oh, it was really good, Swift.
To consider the lives of those around me. Lives that I see now were scarcely worth living.
Yeah, like the burger was so good. It's like when you eat a burger and it's so good that when you get to the last bite, you're like, when I eat this, it's going to be gone now. That's the kind of burger it was.
Be they bearers or beggars, most march blindly to their end, never realizing that they too deserve a choice. And I dare not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer.
So, atonement then, is it?
That was the answer we found.
The only one we need.
I'll be expecting you both to pull your weight.
And we will.
Well then, with a sprinkle of fire and ice, this plan of mine might just work.
What trouble are you looking to get yourself into now?
The best kind. We're going to sneak into the Imperial capital and pay a visit to Mother.
Woohoo! Hey, Archivin. Thank you again. Earlier. Oriflamme. Elders.
And the last of our farmholds in the eastern provinces has succumbed to the blight.
Without their yield, we'll be hard-pressed to fill the capital's granaries before winter.
If there is a capital by then, the black creeps closer as we speak.
And yet you do naught but bawl and bluster.
Your Radiance?
If it is fertile land the Empire acquires, we need but look south.
If you mean the crystalline Dominion's holdings, we are bound by mutual accord. Theirs is a neutral state whose borders we are sworn to respect.
Gentlemen, did we swear to see our people starve?
Well, I really do think that...
The gates of Oriflamme buckle at the flood of those come seeking refuge from the blight. If there is not grain enough to feed those within our walls, how, pray tell, will we feed those without? But instead of setting your minds to riddles such as these, you lock horns with an enemy from across the sea. sending our soldiers to the slaughter in their thousands. The Empire bleeds, and you sit here prattling like crones in a tea house. And you fancy yourselves leaders of men. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. We are but their servants. If their land is being wrested away, it is our duty to claim new lands for them.
No, it isn't. You gobshite.
Radiance! You cannot mean a war of conquest.
That is exactly what I mean. It is time we expanded our dominion. This is the will of great Grieger.
There will be uproar. Then we must find a way to distract the citizenry. But how much will that cost?
And what of our legions? Shall we raise the furs?
Well, someone will have to contend with the Dalmex.
I will not keep you. You all have much to do.
It's fucking Aegis. Jamie, you look marvelous as a woman, by the way, just so you know. Absolutely gorgeous.
Where is my son?
The Lord Prince is currently garrisoned at the Strait of Arthur. If it please you, I can send word requesting his immediate return to the Holy Capital.
That won't be necessary. Tell him instead to see to his wounds. Bahamut's strength will be needed again soon.
As you command.
Bahamut.
I must have misheard. You mean to tell me that the mother crystals are the reason the world is dying? Are you mad?
I have been called that on occasion, but no, not today. We've all seen it firsthand. Empty wastes where once were green meadows. Land drained so dry of its ether, not even the rats remained. But where was it all going? I spent years searching for an answer, until I saw it standing right in front of me. There, in the self-same crystals we look to for their so-called blessing. All right, listen. Take this crystal. How does it allow us to conjure magics? Answer, by drawing ambient ether from the air. And where do these crystals come from?
That's easy. They're mine from the mother crystals.
They're one and the same. Although admittedly this here fits more easily in the pocket.
But the mother crystals are massive. Some as large as mountains.
So you see the problem. Imagine just how much ether can be drawn by something that size. As to where it's all going, mind, well, I can't know everything, can I?
We are taught that the mother crystals are divine. Their ether a gift from the heavens. For centuries, nations have fought and fallen for want of that gift. If what you say is true, how did no one else see it?
Who says they didn't? Maybe the truth was inconvenient.
Inconvenient to whom, exactly?
The higher-ups? The gods themselves?
So now you want to do something about the crystals. And what? We're not helping bearers and dominants anymore.
I didn't say that. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. But if we continue down this path, there's only one fate that awaits the realm. And we can't very well set our people free if they're all lying dead in a blighted ditch. Not if we want to create a place where they can live on their own terms anyway. Sort of defeats the purpose. So, if we have to bring the old world crashing down in order to build us a new one, what say you? Are you with me?
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
I suppose it's about time I repaid your faith.
You could have just said aye. But it's nice to have you aboard all the same.
Aye.
What have I got myself into? I'm going to need more than a few potions for this.
If everything we were taught about the Mother Crystals was a lie, then what else might we have been deceived about?
I'll give you two a moment to sort out your kit. It's a long walk to Oriflamme. I wouldn't want you keeling over on the way.
Side missions. Alright, let's do those.
Don't mind me. Just taking a quick breather.
Quick breather. Jamie, look. Jamie.
The reports from Eastpool are disturbing. We knew the Vicereine had no love for her subjects, but to order the slaughter of an entire village.
Yeah, she's a bitch. I know, right?
You've lost a letter. Nothing too important, I hope.
Not just a letter. I lost everything. There's a hole in my damn pack, and fool that I am, I didn't bloody notice.
It can't be that bad, surely.
How could it be any worse? I'm a courier. I carry things.
Carry
if I can't
things.
do my job right, then what am I good for? Nothing, that's what. I buggered it right up. That means no herbs for the infirmary, and no fresh meat for our cooking pots. Worst of all, that letter I lost? It was for Sid. A letter he's been waiting on for days.
Maybe if you retrace your steps.
I'd scour Storm from coast to coast if I could, but there are curse breakers in the field, counting on my arrival. No, I'll just have to own up to Otto and Sid. They're gonna skin me alive.
Fine. Tell me where to look.
Are you serious? Thank you.
It sounds like the hideaway could use those supplies. So, where should I start?
Gotan's bales, perhaps? I took a tumble in the bushes when I was passing through. There's a chance my pack might have caught on something. If you can find everything I dropped, you'll be doing us all a favor. And
will I
if you
know?
can find Sid's letter, you'll be saving my life.
Hey, Steve.
If it's there, I'll find it.
Wonderful. Now, I have to run if I'm to make my next delivery in time.
Have to
I
run.
trust you can find your way to Gotan's bales. Oh, and hurry, will you? Sid doesn't like to be kept waiting.
Yeah.
I'm sure he doesn't.
Red letter day.
The letter won't last very long out in the elements. I should make for Sambrek as soon as I can.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier. Didn't sound happy. What do you suppose it could be?
Does he have something new?
I see I'm busy here.
So, what'll it be?
Flame tongue. Ooh, that's a big increase.
Should last you a good while. That it? Fine.
What's this side mission?
He's never this late. I can't help but fear the worst.
Postmaster.
Where are you, Randall?
Randall.
Is everything all right?
Forgive me, young man. I was in a world of my own. I'm worried about my friend, you see. He left some time ago and hasn't returned. And you know what it's like out there for a bearer on his own.
Why leave the safety of the hideaway?
For coin. Sad though it is, our need outweighs the risk. The hideaway can't survive on goodwill alone. And though Karen does what she can, her coffers aren't bottomless. Wait. You were a soldier, were you not? In the Imperial Army?
I was.
Then might I ask a favour of you? I'm too old to be traipsing hither and yon. Will you go and find him for me?
Will I?
I'll do what I can.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Randall, and I suspect you'll find him in Lost Wing. He's been working for Quinton, the tavern keeper. He'll know something, I'm sure.
I'll speak to him.
Safe travels, my friend. And thank you again.
I'll wander over here. I'm doing alright, Swift. Pull up. Cool. They'll link together. All linked together. Strange that it's in yards, distance, meters. Big games.
That'll be enough for today. But how did the grocer know his daughter? We haven't much, but you're free to look.
Treasury fills limit break gauge for 30 seconds. Ooh, sounds good actually.
I trust it's all here. I hope it's to your liking.
Guess I should sell that. I'll leave it for now.
Welcome here in Lostwing.
Sun's setting fast. They'll all be back from the vineyard soon.
There haven't been any surprises since your last visit. But we all know how fast that can change.
Quinton.
Ah, if it isn't Sid's young protege. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Pleasure.
I'm looking for a bearer called Randall. I hear he's been coming to you for work. He was expected back at the hideaway some time ago. A friend of his asked me to check on him.
Randall, you say? The porter? Yes, I know him. And I can't say I'm surprised if he has been delayed. I gave him enough to do. Though, thinking about it, he should probably have been back by now.
I don't know why these guys have to talk so slow.
Where was he headed?
He was to meet an associate of mine to the south of here, on Lorbert's Pass. I do hope nothing's happened to him. Be sure to let me know, Clive.
Futurama? I started watching that and I need to go back to it. Oh, Torgal. Good boy. Boy Turgle.
So it took a tilt between the Wardens of Light and Dark to finally drive the Royalists from our shores. Pity it came at such a price. They say the fields of Belenus were black a full fortnight with all the ravens.
Second run I thought was pretty good. What do you mean second run?
Don't tell me. Turnips for supper.
Turnips for supper again? He doesn't like turnips. A bit like me. Actually, I do like turnip.
It's looking to be a fine harvest this year.
That's what he said before.
I'll have you know, manning the village entry is no small task. There's plenty of unsavoury sorts in these parts looking to get their thieving claws into what's ours.
He said that before too. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Drew was talking about the second season or something else.
The courier said his pack might have split while he was passing through the bales. I better keep my eyes open.
The hell?
Good. Looks like I'm in the right area.
To look around this area.
More of the lost supplies. I doubt he could have fit much more in his pack. Still no sign of Sid's letter, though. I've come this far. Might as well ask around.
Items that randomly still drop. Let's try the far side of here. Oh, gotcha, Drew. Right. I didn't realize it was already brought back. That's why I got confused. I thought it was like. I thought it just ended and then that was it.
A little overdressed to be picking grapes, aren't you? Are you here for Master Quentin?
I'm looking for a letter someone dropped nearby, and I suppose you've seen it.
Can't say I have, sorry.
Well, if you do...
Wait, I did pass a dog with something in its mouth a little while back. Could have been a piece of paper. No idea if it was your letter, but you never know.
Which way did it go?
Towards Lost Wing? Seemed well looked after to me. Dare say someone there's been feeding it.
To the village, then. Thank you.
To the village, then. Back to the village we go. Show has already had 2 series endings. Yeah, it is a bit crazy, but I guess the demand is there, so nothing wrong with having more episodes. Of course, when you compare Futurama to Simpsons, I mean, The Simpsons should have ended friggin' ages ago. I know my brother loved Futurama.
Did Master Quentin summon you? The shad's all salted and smoked.
It seems we have our culprit.
Hey, there's the dog.
Sorry, boy. Someone's waiting for this. And he's waited long enough already. Hopefully this will keep our courier out of trouble.
The movie, yeah. That was how many years ago? They're just like replacing.
A whole day on the line and there's...
How do I get there? Here, I think. Right. Found any enemies yet, damn it. I want to fight something.
I heard from a couple of the bearers what you did to them royalists over at the care.
Had your own also. Gil. Bug.
You all right?
The hanged man. Thank the gods. You're one of us. We were attacked. Beastmen on the road. Randall knew he didn't play the hero, but the sod insisted on drawing him off.
Where did this happen?
Further down the road. In the clearing. Please.
Clearing.
You have to see that he's safe.
I'll do what I can. You go back to Lost Wing and tell Quentin what happened.
Slay the beast man. Mind if I do?
Goblins. Why am I not surprised? Too slow.
Finish off this guy, come on. Stuck on the fucking fence here.
Too slow. Not this time.
Wait, let me just check something while I'm doing this. Do any other special attack, can I?
Give them all you've got,
This guy's a tough mofo. Oh, and he's slain. Bone necklace. Ooh. This whole area is pretty. Them all. Protect Randall's body, return the missing items to Glenn in the hideaway. Oh no, he's dead, is he?
Sorry, Randall. Looks like I was too late. He doesn't deserve to rot by the roadside. I'll speak to Quentin.
To run all the way back. And I'm already be almost an hour at this. It flies, I tell you. You still have to walk slowly here. Run!
Sun's setting fast.
Ah, there you are. My man told me what happened. And? I can't help but notice you're alone.
I'm so
Damn
sad.
it. I feared as much.
He's not far from the south gate. I trust you'll do right by him.
Of course. I'll send someone right away. I knew he was brave, though I didn't know he was reckless. Poor fool.
Had you known him long?
A while. I liked the fact that he didn't shy away from dangerous work, and he liked what I paid.
Because it helped keep the hideaway afloat.
I'll tell Sid what happened here. I expect he'll be none too pleased to learn of Randall's fate. And I suppose you're none too happy either. For your trouble.
For your trouble. Experience. A bunch of stuff. I wonder if I travel... if there's any random side missions that pop up. That's literally just over there. Not even that far from it. That's cool though. I like the maps in here. Nice and quick. God, I love that load time.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier. Didn't sound happy. What do you suppose it?
Maybe I should just own up to what Owen said. Oh, there you are. I just got back to the hideaway and thankfully Otto hasn't seen me yet. I don't suppose you,
Found the things you dropped. I did.
Yeah.
I was so sure they'd be gone. And the letter?
Only a little worse for wear.
No more skulking about in the shadows for me then. And all thanks to you. Losing those supplies was one thing, but if Sid had found out about that letter...
Is it about Cursebreaker business?
If only. It's from his daughter. She's off studying in Canver, and her letters are all that keeps Sid sane while she's away.
He never mentioned a daughter.
Daughter, huh?
He's a busy man. And thanks to you, he won't be wasting his time smiting careless couriers with levin boats. So I'd say you did us both a service. Here. For your troubles.
Let out.
If there's anything you're wanting from Sid, today's the day. He'll be sweet as honey once he gets his hands on this.
Sweet as honey? Red letter day.
Clive! You're alright! I thought you might be... Oh!
Such a crackpot.
So what God's forsaken corner of the realm is Sid dragging you off to this time?
Oriflamme.
The Holy Capital. And what business would you lot have in... On second thoughts, I don't want to know.
$11,000. $10,000, $11,000. Nah, it's not really worth it, is it?
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
What? How am I robbing you?
Speaking of Oriflamme, I hear the trading routes leading south have seen more than double the usual traffic. If you ask me, summat foul's brewing. And it ain't as borbile tea. Oh, just go and see Otto, will you?
All right.
Go and see Otto.
Clive, was it?
Yeah. Random person.
Take a seat, Clive. I'll fetch you a bowl of brown.
So you're really going through with it? Sid's been talking about bringing down a mother crystal since I've known him. But that's all it's ever been. Talk.
He's convinced it's the right thing to do. We'll be leaving for the capital shortly.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better moment. Seems the hiding the royalists gave him wasn't enough to dampen old Sylvester's spirits. His legions are on the march again. This time, due south.
Another war.
All as the great Grieger wills it. Bloodthirsty little miss, that one. That's God's for you, innit? Still, might work to our advantage on this occasion. Wars breed chaos. On the front lines, and at home. With a fair wind behind them, a handful of like-minded ne'er-do-wells could melt into the back alleys of Oriflamme. No trouble. It's making it to the capital that's the problem.
The checkpoint.
That's right. Anyone travelling in or out of Oriflamme has to go through Northreach. Lucky for you, I might just know of a way.
This?
Well, no, not that. That gets you an audience with the Dame. And it's the Dame who'll see you safely through Northreach. I'll send a Stolas in the morning.
Dame?
Let her know you're coming. We go way back. And she's a true friend of the cause. I'm sure you'll get on like a house on fire.
That's good of you, but who is this Dame, and where will I find her?
She's the proud proprietress of Northreach's foremost house of ill repute, the Vale. And she's quite a woman, if you know what I mean.
Ooh.
A woman. Right.
Don't go blinding her with your charm now, lad. I'll be expecting a full report when you get back.
Full report, you say? Valiant reports unlocked. Alliant reports. Speak to Gout at the Alliant report counter in the highways mess. These reports compiled by the quest breakers contain information on quests currently available across Valestia. Currently available across Valestia.
I suppose that's everything. Now to find Gav.
Oh, you're the new lad, aren't you?
New
Goat
lad.
at your service. Well, at the hideaway service anyway. Otto's put me in charge of reading through the reports sent in by our allies and picking out any problems that might warrant the attention of the curse breakers. Or any other willing volunteers. And there's no shortage of problems, I can tell you. Or maybe I don't have to. I'll warrant a strapping lad like you's got people begging him for help wherever you go. Anyway, if you're ever interested in taking a look over the list, just say the word. Reckon you could probably tick off the odd thing here and there. They say little acts of kindness are their own reward. But if that ain't enough, these have got proper bounties on them and all.
Ooh, bounties.
Anything catch your eye?
Find new quests around Valestia, but also travel immediately to the obelisk waypoint nearest their location. Oh, nice. Welcoming committee. Oh, so I just go there? Oh. Alan.
Ah, you're Sid's man, if I'm not mistaken. Couldn't trouble you for some assistance, could I?
That depends. What do you need?
Some new bearers from Oriflamme just arrived, and it cost Master Quinton a pretty penny to convince their owner to part with them. Man must have been a bloody tyrant. Can't get a peep out of them, try as I might.
They're probably terrified of you.
You're probably right. Dare say it'd take a bearer like yourself to open them up. So, will you have a word with them? Help them settle in?
I can try.
That'll do me. Tell them they're safe, and that if they need anything, they just have to ask.
I'll let them know.
Appreciate it. They're sitting over there, taking a long overdue breather, looks like.
Huh. What's going on?
So you're the new arrivals. Is there anything I can get you? You're safe here. They don't punish people like us for speaking our minds.
Truly. I'm hungry. My sister too, we're starving.
Wait here. I'll fetch you something from the tavern.
Thank you.
I won't be long. You stay here and rest.
Hopefully they don't wander off.
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing off to the vineyard to see the lad?
There were purple handprints all over her skirts.
Oh dear.
Can I have another cup, Daddy?
I'll have 2 plates of whatever you're serving.
Sorry. We've enough mouths of our own to feed without tending to the wants of outsiders.
It's not for me. It's for some new arrivals.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see the mark. So you're a comrade?
What a comrade.
In that case, you may have whatever you require. Take all the bread and wine you want.
That's really all it takes. One look at the innkeeper's mark.
Of course it is. I do as Master Quinton commands, as do we all. And Master Quinton commands that none of his favoured guests be left wanting. Well, don't keep our new comrades waiting. Take what you need and see that they eat their fill.
Bread and wine. Hopefully this will be enough.
Stick it in my pocket. A huge plate. Makes sense, right, guys?
Don't tell me. Turnips for supper.
Brother, did you see? That bearer spoke to a master.
What manner of place is this?
Here. Bread and wine from the tavern.
Hey, do it slower, why don't you?
Truly.
The only thing I'm really annoyed by is how slow the interactions can be sometimes. It could be just a little faster. It seems unnecessarily slow.
Such plenty. Never in all my days.
Brother, this place is like a dream. We sat and no one shouted. We ate and more was offered.
I know. I can't believe it.
You're free now. And the next time you're hungry, you need only ask to be fed.
Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Welcoming committee. What am I? The local fucking mayor? I wasn't in here yet. Oh no, I was. The Hymns of Gregor. Gregor summoned together her 270 spirits of light. Tell them of the holy herald she would send to the world below, where there was too much strife and suffering, which she wept.
Rejoice, my children, for we are the chosen, blessed with the everlasting grace of the goddess.
Master Quentin will never forgive me if I don't save that. I want no trouble. Wait, that's... Ah, glory to Grieger. You were the hanged man. I took you for a rogue. If you're a friend of Master Quentin's, then perhaps you'll help me. His vineyard, Lostwing's pride and joy, has been beset by a plague of giant wasps.
And you need someone to solve your pest problem.
I do indeed. I've never seen them so far from the forest, nor so mean for that matter. I suppose the smell's got them worked up. And little wonder. This'll be the finest crop we've ever known if the fiends don't eat it first. I tried chasing them off myself, but they won't flee from the likes of me. And if I don't bring those grapes in for pressing soon, Master Quentin will have my guts for garters.
Guts for garters.
You look like you can handle that blade of yours. Will you put it to use for a comrade in need?
Will I?
Please.
Can I stick it up your arse?
Solve these wasps so I can be about my business.
No? Well.
All right.
Guess
I'll see to it.
Stick it up a wasp's arse.
Thank you. You'll find them over at Gotan's Bales on the edge of town. And hurry, Lostwing needs those grapes.
Lostwing needs those grapes.
Bet you'd like to see what's behind that door, wouldn't you? Well, not on my watch.
Oh, why not? Might as well teleport. Well, we have the ability to. The pests infesting Goutland's Bales. Turbo run. Thank God this turbo run is in there.
That must be the vineyard. A few wasps shouldn't give me too much trouble.
Stay down.
Shit, that's the wrong move. Got him. Too easy.
Looks like that was the last of them. I better let Quentin's man know.
And travel back. Booyah! Teleporting.
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing?
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing?
Those wasps won't be interfering with your harvest anymore.
Oh, thank you. Master Quentin would have had my head if I'd lost the crop. I'd say you've earned a reward. Our Gotan Rouge fetches a handsome price among the rich and powerful of the realm. We use that money to keep our comrades fed and imperial wolves from our door.
Imperial
Master
wolves.
Quentin's idea. He wanted to give bearers a place to work,
A place where they'd be safe.
Well, he certainly seems to have done that here. I'm glad I could help.
I'll see that he hears of your kindness. And once this vintage is ripe for drinking, there'll be a glass or two raised in your honor.
Well, hey. Drink. Get some wine for Drew as well. Just experience. Can be traded for oh, the black blood, right? Much stuff I haven't even sold any. Martha's Rest. Which random side missions. Wish there was more fighting though. Missions don't have much fighting.
It's true. Burn to the ground.
Make sure you're aiming at the fish there, son.
It's done for.
Nice and fresh.
I've seen your face before. You're a friend of Martha's. Help us, I beg you.
Help you with what?
Bandits in the Golden Stables. They're waving their swords around. I think they're gonna kill someone. When I saw what was happening, I slipped out the back. I should have stayed, but oh, please help them.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll take him on.
I'll see to your problem.
Take these bandits.
How many were there?
I was out of the door too fast to count. They looked a nasty bunch, though. Be careful in there, all right?
No problemo. I'm trained against these near-dwellers.
Ha! Golden Stables, my ass. All Martha's hiding back here is coppers.
2?
Oh, that's a fine sword, friend. Heavy, though, I expect. What say we relieve you of it? Get him, lads. I want that blade.
Let's get this over with.
That's enough.
That, man, only 2 enemies. Could have been at least like 4 or 5. Jeez, 2 was nothing. Nothing.
I'll be keeping my blade, thank you.
There he is, the hero of the Golden Stables.
People will think twice about pushing us around again, thanks to you. We're lucky you were nearby. No good cowards wouldn't have dared set foot in the place if I'd been here, of course.
But you weren't. I thought you told me you had someone watching the place.
The Blood Axes keep an eye on the tavern, yeah. When they're not busy keeping the peace, that is. I've spread them as thin as they'll go. The Empire might be in charge, but that don't mean they care to keep us safe. If it weren't for the Blood Axes and me, merchants won't come near these lands for fear of what might happen to them.
I see. Then you do Rosaria a great service.
Just as you did today. You're a useful man to have around. Here.
Oh, thank you.
And there'll be a mug of something tasty waiting for you whenever you next stop by.
Right, we've got work to do for to make this place presentable. You best be going before I arm you with a mop.
But look at that now. Well, the cat's away. Adios.
There he is, the man of the hour. You're the one who saw off the bandits, aren't you? Martha was singing your praises.
Takes a brave man to march into danger out of the goodness of his heart. You have my respect.
A Rosarian salute.
Oh, what is it they say? Old habits die hard. I trust you won't be reporting me to the Viceroy.
Viceroy?
If we'd had a few more like you about, perhaps the Rosfields might still... Listen to me rambling on. Thank you again, and, take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself? Not that this was any bit of trouble at all. It's easy. Let me talk to this guy in here. You know, let's just go. Yeah.
Well, 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 someone's in a hurry.
Just following orders.
Funny, I never took you for the type.
Can't all be as obedient as you, Gav.
Eh?
Oh, we have the laughing.
Fine day for a little mischief, wouldn't you say?
Is this all of us?
Actually, Gav won't be coming.
Just the three of us, then?
Drake's Head is the keystone of the Empire. Oriflamme's in chaos, yes, but that doesn't mean we can march an army through her gates. The fewer our numbers, the better our chances of going unnoticed. And should that plan fail, well, we have our icons to fall back on.
Sid, I don't know if I can. Ifrit still seems to come and go as he pleases.
Ordinarily, priming an icon comes naturally to a dominance. But then, you are no ordinary dominance.
Well, he's still got the blessing of the Phoenix, doesn't he?
Not to mention what he sucked out of Garuda. And did I ever tell you about how he was once the greatest shield in Rosaria? You know, I reckon he could probably cut us a path out of the capital on his own if need be.
Let's try not to find out.
We're less likely to be spotted if we travel separately. I'll meet you in Northreach in a few days.
Northreach?
You two behave now.
Behave. Oh, behave, baby. Lost Wing.
So, we're meeting in Northreach. And will I find Sid and Jill before this dame finds me?
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing off to the vineyard to see the lad?
Fuck's sake, stop talking about that. You've been talking about it for ages. We go upstairs here. Here we go.
Is it safe to ride to Northreach now?
Air view. Here, Redfield view. Easy clap. Uh-oh. Damn, I should have saved that for the big dude over here.
Don't let them get away. Not this time. Not this time.
Stun. Dios. Hold on. Need to change. What? No, I don't want to use it now. For fuck's sake. I meant to add to shortcuts. Idiot. Snake. Gil. Big wide open area. Man, every time I get a sprint.
Stay down.
Stay down. Another big dude over here.
Too slow.
Stable for this 1500. Okay, we're almost there. Fucking fortunes out of this. This area's huge.
Give me fire!
Chocobos. The chocolatables.
It's over.
It's over. Just ended up killing those guys by accident. Area is freaking gigantic. Much to explore.
Finished.
Vulture. A lovely castle here, lads. What the hell is the story? See spiders. And Torgal wrecking stuff. All that's here. I always find like the harder enemy right after I use my damn special. Stun. Ooh, I get a lot of points with that. 40 of the ability points. Good. Yeah. Wish I could have like an automobile or something I could fly around here. Maybe eventually I get one. Okay, let's do the main thing now. Come back in a bit. See something up here. I didn't pick up yet.
The soldiers used to speak of a brothel, but that was north of the checkpoint. I hope that Dame has friends in the south.
What did you say was in these pies again?
Welcome, good... Bugger off, Branded. Can't you see I'm with a customer?
Oh, and
Racist.
a kind of roast antelope.
How about a plum for the apple of your eye?
Keep your hands to yourself. No one will buy anything that's been soured by a Branded's touch. You there! Fancy a drop of the Empire's finest?
How much for this one?
You've the right to confiscate any objects forbidden by the throne.
The fruit's not getting any fresher.
Welcome.
Welcome. There's nothing else here, is there?
I'll be here if you need me.
I'll be here if you need me. Shift. I like that one. Try this ignition one out actually. How do I...
However do they get that colour?
Have you no other bearers? Those two look rather used.
You?
Oh. That's it.
A moment, my lady.
A moment? I doubt you could afford even that much of my time. Branded.
My mistake.
No, mine. Upon reflection, you don't have the scent of a branded about you.
Scent?
The flowers. Otto always did know how to please me. More than Sid ever did anyway. Do you think you could please me, Clive?
Mm-hmm.
You're the dame.
Let us leave such impersonal titles to my less preferred clientele. You can call me Isabel. Otto assured me I could trust you.
Isabel?
I can trust you, can't I?
You can trust me, yes, but why would you?
Help you? Because that's what we do. Long ago, Sid did me a kindness when no one else would. I have never forgotten that. Without it, I would not be where I am today. And so, I make it a point to do the same whenever possible. Which brings us here. To the final obstacle between you and whatever it is you seek in the holy capital. I fear the guards are not likely to let a masterless bearer pass unmolested, unless...
Unless...
Unless, of course, his master deigned to appear. Yes, that will do nicely. But I shall expect a favor in return.
Wait, what?
Favor? Whatever do you mean, lady?
You want something, you come back with your master. I won't sell to some stray branded.
Are you gonna buy something or not?
What the hell are you doing?
Tut tut. We cannot have people thinking I tolerate disobedience from my branded.
The men who gave me this are no more my masters than you are. But It's not as if I can hide it.
From the moment you acquired it, that brand has done naught but take. But today, it is going to give you exactly what you want. Just play along.
Madame, back to the Vale already?
But of course, we must make ready to welcome you, my dear.
And who might this be?
Why, my new escort. The streets aren't safe for a girl, what with all the royalists about.
Well, don't work him too hard.
Well, that rather depends on you now, doesn't it? I'll see you all at sunset.
Oi, hold up. Another fucking branded. Well, you're lucky you're with the dame. Now get out of my sight, filth.
You're the filth. Filth? Yeah, take that.
That wasn't so bad.
Wasn't so bad. They might have recognized me.
But they didn't. And even if they had, they wouldn't have done anything about it. The gentlemen of the garrison are some of my best customers. We have an arrangement, as do you and I. Now, if you'd care to follow me, we can speak more at the Vale.
Vale.
Doesn't seem like I have much of a choice.
I haven't seen you around the Vale of late. Oh, don't tell me you've grown tired of us.
It's not that. The garrisons are being called back to the capital. We're to join the legions.
My oh my.
And if anyone requests her company, tell them she is feeling unwell.
Madame, you look stunning.
As do you, my dear.
Shall I have one of the girls draw a bath?
That won't be necessary. Clive, my darling. Welcome to the Vale.
The Vale. This is grand. Grand entrance.
Thank you for seeing me through the gates, my lady. I am in your debt.
Well, that was the whole point, wasn't it? And I told you, it's Isabel. Whatever wound you so tight, I wonder. It's certainly not Sid's influence.
You, mentioned a favor. What is it you'd have me do? I don't want to keep my companions waiting.
If you mean Sid and the girl, you needn't worry. They have yet to reach the checkpoint. Yes, Otto asked me to help them as well. But to answer your question, I need you to find someone for me. One of my girls. Tatienne has been gone for several days now, having left no word of explanation. And I've begun to fear the worst.
I feel as if I've spent my whole life searching for people. Though I can't say I'm any good at it.
I trust you'll do your best. Oh, and take this.
Ah.
Proof of that trust. And hopefully enough to keep prying eyes from looking too closely at that handsome face of yours. Now, I have matters to attend to at the Iron Flagon. If you find anything, ask for me there.
Iron Flagon.
I should probably start here.
If the dame has given you her trust, then you have ours as well. No, you are always welcome here at the Vale.
Always. Random missions.
Excuse me, you there? The gentleman with the sword? I cannot help but notice you bear the moon and stars. So you are an associate of the dames?
Associate?
Might I trouble you for some assistance? You'll be rewarded, of course.
And who exactly would I be assisting?
Oh, forgive me. I am Etienne, a humble merchant.
A humble
though
merchant.
fortunate enough to count the dame among my acquaintances. I have business beyond these walls, but the guards have grown somewhat suspicious of my comings and goings of late. I was hoping someone might be kind enough to go in my stead. And who better than someone in the employ of the Vale's proprietress? Would you be willing to help a fellow in his hour of need?
Hour of need?
Why not?
Marvelous.
Marvelous.
The task is simple enough. Pass through the gate and deliver packages to a few of my most valued clients. There are 3 in total. A grocer, an apothecary, and a distiller. You need only mention that the items you carry are fresh from the master's table.
Nothing dangerous, I hope.
Why, of course not. Merely trifles which folk beyond the checkpoint are keen to get their hands on. And though I cannot prevent you from peeking, I advise that you don't. Strongly advise.
Uh-oh.
Did one of them get on this side of the gate?
Another one of the dame's pets. Why must she let them off the leash?
You're one of the dames, I see. Well, you'd best be back to the Vale before the sun sets.
Oh.
Sergeant's got it in for us two. As
Leon.
if either of us needs to brush up on our swordcraft. Where's your commanding officer, Branded? Don't you know the training grounds are for real soldiers?
Well, you lost or something? Sorry, but the Imperial Guard's got no use for your kind. The infantry always needs more bodies, though.
I'm just passing through.
I don't bloody believe it. The bastard's wearing the moon and stars.
That'll be why he's strutting about like he owns the place.
The Dane laughed when we offered her our protection. You reckon this prick's really worth a couple of the Emperor's finest?
I dare say there's ways of finding out. How about it, Branded? Care to show us how you earned that brooch?
I'd rather not.
Oh, no doubt. Only chivalrous souls that we are, Robin and I need to know the dame's being properly looked after.
Oh, sure you do, buddy.
Fine. If it'll put your mind at ease.
Oh, and just so you know, I won't be holding back. I suggest you don't either. Take a moment to get ready if you need it. Wouldn't want you whining about an unfair fight.
Pride comes before the fall.
Now, let's get the measure of you, shall we?
If that's what you want.
Cocky bastard. All right, let's be having you.
I don't know if that was that cocky, really.
Oh, and when you go crying to your mistress, tell her it was Leon who gave you the pounding. Use all the dirty tricks you want, Branded.
It's over.
All right. So you know one end of a blade from the other.
Fuck me.
What the hell are you playing at, Leon? Ah, so it's a real challenge he wants, is it? Fine. Sword up, bearer. Let's have some fun, shall we?
Oh, you want to lose too?
How the bearer win the Dane's favour anyway?
I know he went to hold my tongue for a start.
Like this.
You got potential. I give you that.
You haven't even laid that finger on me, buddy.
I'll be damned.
Man, that move is fun, actually. Soldiers ain't worth the shite. They think they're better than me.
Can I go now?
Gregor's gas. The bastard didn't even break a sweat.
The dame's man or no, he's still a branded. Best hope the sergeant never hears about this.
Yeah, not after the bullocking he gave us for missing drills. Might be the old sod had a point.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, good bloody riddance. At least we know the dame's in safe hands, I suppose.
Do us a favour. If you have to tell the dame about this, tell her we got a good few hits in, eh?
You didn't get any hits in, mate. Just destroyed both the bunch of useless knobheads.
The Emperor's finest, thrashed by a branded. The sergeant may be a surly bastard, but he had our number.
The Dame may have given you leave to walk freely about Northridge, but one step outside these walls, and you're just another branded, with a target on his back.
Yeah, keep talking the talk. How do I get to that? There's too much exploring to do in this damn game, I swear.
Heard the bones fell favourably. To the Vale, then, is it?
What do you think? Nothing like
I don't know how a bearer came by the moon and stars, but thank goodness I found you. Can I trust you to be discreet?
About what?
About this. About what I wish to ask of you. About the fact that I, a humble creature, assist the Dame of the Vale in her endeavours.
70 hours?
As unlikely as it may seem, there are those within the upper echelons of Sambraquois society who find the Empire's treatment of bearers to be barbaric.
Is that the same as Final Fantasy VII, Drew?
This town is carried upon the backs of its bearers, and yet many would see their servants starve. Not for the want of coin, simple fare cost little more than a pittance, but to revel in the suffering of others, a simple act of cruelty. Contemptible though it is, my countrymen would sooner cut off their noses to spite their faces than see their bearers fed. And despite my best attempts at secrecy, my efforts to dole out comestibles have been noticed. Which brings me to my request. The brand upon your cheek affords you a certain freedom. A freedom I could sorely use.
Fine. What do you need me to do?
Oh, thank you. An extra meal may not seem like much, but it will make all the difference.
50 hours?
Here,
Deliver these, but keep them hidden. Quickly now.
70 hours? I haven't even done 10 hours.
What food I can provide goes where the need is greatest. And today that happens to be the barracks. 3 bearers, overworked and underfed. Not permitted a moment's rest.
It's no wonder so many die before their time.
Tragic, true, but do not let anger make you careless. People will view this act of mercy as an undermining of the Empire's authority. Be discreet for both our sakes, and for the sake of those we feed. Oh, and when you're finished, a word in the ear of one of the dame's girls would be appreciated.
You won't be staying then?
I'm afraid not. I am expected back in the capital, and have already risked much speaking with you this long.
Yeah, that's true, Drew.
Crystal's curse is bad enough.
True, like when
Starve as well.
you think of this, I paid. How much did I pay for RE3 Remake? Was it 80, 60? You get like what? 5 hours and then I beat the game first time. This game, I'm still going, like, and it was 80 as well. 80 Regiment. Dougie!
Get it, boy!
Good thing nobody's given out about my dog, or I would kick their
Heard the bones fell favourably.
Yeah, true, resistance.
Are you waiting for it to heal on its own? Hurry up!
Looks like now's not the time. You look like you need a rest.
Not half as much as I need this. Thank you. I daren't eat it here, though. Not where anyone might see.
Has it always been this bad?
Oh, it was worse before the Chamberlain. I'd be dead without him. Me and many others.
Resistance, true. I mean, that definitely...
At least.
I don't know how many hours I put into that. Have to check. That was probably a decent amount of time though, trying to get the stupid platinum. Yeah, I'm just talking about the game. The game should have been like $30 or something. €30.
Greetings. You are one of the dames chosen, I see. Me. I am but a nameless weaver of song, who would warm the hearts of the good folk of this town with such humble cloth as the muse might permit me to make.
Less than an hour. Because you'd want to be fairly speeding through it, Jamie.
Tatienne is very special to me. All of my girls are. I need to know what happened to her.
Yeah, resistance, like by itself.
The day done then.
Being generous if I say that it's worth 20.
Right to confiscate any objects.
Spices from the faraway.
Fresh fish! All from the sea of Christ is variable.
I warn you now, I don't sell to your kind, whether you have the coin or not. Where's your master anyway?
Etienne sent me.
Didn't know he had his own bearer. Business must be booming. All right, quickly now, before the guards notice. That is no burden off my back. And this is for Etienne.
Did I get
this for a drink?
Not just any drink. The very best, specially distilled for my most discerning customers. The guards find that, they'll seize it before you can blink. You keep it well hidden, all right? If Etienne likes it, tell him there's more where that came from. For a price, of course.
Of course.
Just because you're wearing the dame's brooch, don't mean I have to serve you.
If I learn you let the guards find that bottle, you'll have me to answer to.
Oh, must be a drug addict or something.
I have no business with Branded.
Well, I have business with you. A package. Fresh from the master's table.
I do not know you. Where is the merchant, Etienne?
Somewhere the gate guards won't be paying him or his affairs any mind.
Fine. Hand over the goods and be gone.
$20. I think I think it was like 40, maybe 30, Drew.
Branded, if I discover you have played me false,
I can always take it back.
you will do no such thing. Your master should cut out your insolent tongue.
If I cut out yours.
Tool of any other man, I would see you clapped in chains. Payment. Take it and get out of my sight.
Having to deal with these dickheads.
Those cigars are worth more than your life. Do be careful. Speak of this to anyone, and there'll be nightshade in your
Nightshade, holy shit.
The dame gave you her moon and stars, did she? You think that makes you special? You're only a notch away from being nothing again.
You're also
Each one is
a piece of shit.
There's nothing here for your kind, Branded. Go on now, shoot.
I have a delivery from Etienne. Fresh from the master's table.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, I definitely got that around the time, because I know Lord Rage was playing it, and Blue was playing it a lot. Wesker tried to play one game and then left.
Times are hard. But this here'll make 'em less so. For a while, at least. Sorry about the welcome. I meant nothing by it. You wait right here. Here. You can tell Etienne I'm a man of my word.
Perfume.
Oriflamme's finest. Just as promised.
Perfume, cigars, and spirits. Someone has expensive tastes. The question is, how can they afford to maintain them?
And there was some loud bang in there. It was really obscure. Different than normal fireworks. I hope it's not a gun or something.
I suppose there's only one way to find out.
So I'm gonna get frisked
No one's
here.
allowed through the gate until all...
No, I didn't get checked. Alright.
That's the day done then.
Word is that the legions are ready into...
Oh, the market's all...
Ah, you have returned.
Have returned.
I believe these are yours.
Delightful.
Ali?
The dame will be pleased.
You don't say. And would she be pleased to learn what you had to exchange for those items?
You mean the crystals? No need to be coy, my boy.
Why not just tell me in the first place?
An honest man wears deception like shackles about his ankles. I couldn't risk you stumbling under the gaze of the guards. After all, we both know the punishment for dealing in unsanctioned crystals, even such morsels as I provide. And if you don't know what this day's work may have cost you, then, well, I dare say you'll sleep all the better for it. Despite the risk, our friends beyond the wall gladly give their finest and most treasured wares for the paltry crumbs I trade in.
I didn't realize crystals were so scarce here.
As scarce as chocobo teeth, hence the thriving market for even the scantest fragments. Do you think it vulgar that I profit from the hardship of others?
I think you're doing what you believe is necessary.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't doubt the dame would agree. A reward for a job well done. I have the goods I was commissioned to gather, and the guards are none the wiser. I thank you, as will our mutual friend when she hears of how you have aided me.
Yeah, because, like, I think at that time, I never really played asymmetrical games like that before. So it was also a new experience for me, because I don't know if, was there much asymmetrical games before that? Because I never played Dead by Daylight. That was my first one, I think. There was another asymmetrical game that I heard about, but I never played. I forget what it was called, though. It was like this game, I think, where you were like hunting a giant beast or something. You were 4 guys and you were hunting like a giant beast. Oh, it was on PlayStation or not. Where is this person?
I have something for you.
From the Chamberlain. Thank you. You need to leave. Now. Please.
Branded! Who told you to rest? Stoke those damn flames! And you! If you've got a message for me, out with it. If not, return to your post.
Damn it, I thought he was going to go over and punch him. I guess he can't do that, otherwise he'd be found out.
Enough! Curse you! Get away from me! You'll work faster next time if you know what's good for you!
Here. It looks like you need it.
The Chamberlain must have sent you, but alas, my work is far from over. If I don't go now, they'll beat me.
You need to rest.
But I won't. I've wounds to heal and bones to mend.
And what of your own hurts?
They'll wait. As will my hunger. Thank you, though.
A drover has more regard for his cattle than the Empire does its bearers. Anyway, I'd better head to the Vale.
You're one of the dames, I see. Well, you'd best be back to the Vale before
Well then, I suppose you'll need a little something to remember.
All right. Are you here for business or pleasure?
Business, though not my own. The Chamberlain put me to work delivering food.
Ah, so he found someone to help him then. Just as well. I hear his friends back at court have been taking a little too much interest in him of late.
So he really is a Chamberlain.
There was a time when he was the Vale's most illustrious customer. Us girls thought of him as a generous uncle. He was one of the only people round here who seemed bothered by the way the Empire treats its bearers.
Rare for one in his position.
A fact not wasted on the dame. A little nudge from her is all it took, and he became the patron saint of Northreach's starving masses. My sisters and I may have lost an uncle, but bearers are being fed for a change, so we don't grumble. Much.
Glad to hear it.
Gives you faith, though, doesn't it? To know there are people out there like him. And you, for that matter. It's no wonder the dame's got a soft spot for you.
I better be going.
Man, I have so much money now, but I'm not really using it.
You wear the dame's brooch. She must trust you.
Enough to have me look for one of your colleagues. A woman by the name of Tatienne.
She's still missing then? Oh, if only I'd comforted her.
You saw her before she disappeared.
The day before, she was in tears. She'd lost her comb, a gift from the dame. It wasn't anything fancy, but you could tell it meant the world to her. You see, Tatienne was an orphan, and she looked upon the dame as a mother, as do we all.
So she was upset.
And I didn't lend her my shoulder. But perhaps someone else did. Tatienne shared a room. Her chambermaid may have seen something. She's over there, sitting by the pond.
Thank you.
Sitting by the pond.
Let's see what her chambermaid can tell us then.
So you're the new escort the girls have been talking about. And you've already been sent off on an errand, eh? Poor boy. You'll be knackered before the real work begins later on tonight.
I'm told you share a bedchamber with Tatienne. Did she say anything to you before?
Before she went missing. Only that she needed to meet with someone. She did mention a name, but I know exactly who she meant.
You do?
Lad from the garrison. Annoying little shit. Spent every gil he earned on Tatienne and picked fights with anyone else who tried to buy her time. Followed her around like a lost puppy. Tatienne was flattered at first, but it didn't take long for her to get scared. She thought about saying something. But the dame was so proud of her for how much she was bringing in, and she didn't want to let her down.
This man from the garrison. Did you ever see him?
Of course I did. He tried to sneak into our room enough times. Slimy sod's got a scar over one eye. Claims he got it in battle.
You've been very helpful.
Don't let him get away with this. Find him, and you'll find her.
A man from the garrison. Seems a trip to the barracks is in order.
Barracks. Once again.
I haven't seen you around the Vale of late.
I'm happy to see my trust in you was not misplaced.
Oh, the markets are everywhere.
It's not been half a moon since Bellen's.
Hey Henry, cheers, I thought you'd be asleep.
To the Vale then, is it?
What do you think?
I'm looking for a man with a scar over his eye.
Looking for a man? Does this look like a brothel, Branded? Fuck off.
Hold your tongue. He wears the dame's brooch. One word from him and the Vale's doors will be barred to us for good.
There's only one man in the garrison with a dodgy eye. His name's Yannick. I haven't seen him around lately, though.
On account of him being in war. Yannick
More?
died a few days back.
Jamie Moore?
Said he had dealings with a merchant there.
The dame thanks you.
Is there more gaming in the
Where's
flesh?
the last village on the road to Oriflamme? I should let Isabel know where I'm headed.
Oh, you just finished. Nice. Didn't realize there was an area out there to have a wander around.
That bastard!
Bastard.
Clive, tell me you bear good tidings.
That remains to be seen.
Remains to be seen.
Oh, Tatienne, you could have told me.
This Yannick. The soldiers I spoke to believe he's in the village of Moor. According to them, he claimed to have some business with a merchant there. Though that wouldn't explain his continued absence.
And you plan on traveling to Moor to ascertain the truth?
Isn't that what you want?
Oh, it is, but I fear sending you there may cause more harm than good. The people of Moor are rather set in their ways. You'll find they have little love for bearers, and they will not hesitate to report one such as you to the constabulary. There is a man in Moor who owes me a favor. More than one, in fact. His name is Bertrand, and he works at the stables. Tell him I sent you.
Bertrand?
I shall return as soon as I find something.
Bertrand was a loyal patron of the Vale, until his appetite exceeded his means. Now he is loyal to me.
So I have to go that way. Gotta go out here anyway.
What do you reckon Yannick's done to upset the dam?
The Emperor's finest, thrashed by a branded. The sergeant may be a surly bastard, but he had our number, all right. Extra drills it is, then.
Yeah, on second thought, maybe don't mention this to the dame. We wouldn't want you getting into trouble for brawling now.
Royal Meadows. Hey, bitches.
Who goes there?
Oh, this area is huge. Area is freaking huge, mate. That for a view, huh? Unreal. It always like looks at him first. Torgal. Torgal needs some love.
Excellent. Another fight.
Ooh. One of the crazy chocobos.
Oriflamme, how many bearers suffer to keep your granaries full? Not this time. Don't let them get away.
Serious huge.
It's over.
It's over.
Go on, back to the pens here.
Up, the lot of you. There's still work to be done.
In meanies.
You, branded, here, now.
Benoit Oriflamme Grande.
You're late. What kept you?
Late for what?
Did they tell you nothing? A wild beast is savaging my boy. Well, don't just stand there gawping. Rescue him.
All right. Where is he?
My, I see they've sent me a branded with a spine for a change. He's over that way, towards the coast. Go, and see that you kill the beast.
For someone whose son's in mortal danger, he didn't seem all that worried. Something's not right here. I need to be careful. Let's make this quick. Keep your distance, boy.
Ooh, level up. How many feckin' chocobos?
Not much chance I'd make it to the inhabitants guild without someone recognizing me as a deserter. So they'd better have a plan.
That it?
That's enough. It's over.
bitch. Too near the main mission here now. Back off.
Had another branded drop in the field yesterday.
How do they expect us to finish the harvest when the ones the capital sends us are already half stone?
Have you seen my Chloe? I let her out of her pen while I did my chores, but she hasn't come back yet. I think she's lost. Please, can you help me look for her?
I can't promise I'll find her, but I'll try. Describe her to me.
She's beautiful white hair. She lets me stroke her when I'm sad. She's ever such a good girl. So quiet and kind. And she likes walking in the wheat. I know the fields are big, but she's never got lost before. Oh, she must be starving too. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. It is my job to feed her.
In that case, let's not keep her waiting.
Waiting.
That's a lot of field to search. With a little luck, someone might have seen her. You work these fields? I need to ask you something.
A branded. And an outsider at that, judging by the lack of manners. Why should I help you, eh? You tell me that.
Because a girl from the village asked me to find her pet, Chloe. Have you seen her?
Chloe, is it? Oh, little Lisette's plaything. Last I saw, the filthy creature was sniffing about the windmill. That girl's old enough to know she should tie her pet up when she's finished playing with it.
The windmill.
Off with you now. I won't have idle branded underfoot.
You could kick you up the arse in a second. See how idle that'll be, huh? These fucking pricks, huh? No fucking manners.
It's over.
It's over. It's over. Also fun to repeat what he says.
Chloe? More brown than white. You're not Chloe, are you, girl? Is that someone napping on the job? I hope they don't mind the interruption.
Napping?
The crystal's curse.
Chloe, I was calling you. Didn't you hear me?
What?
Get up now. You've slept long enough. It's time to go home. Chloe? Why did you already turn into a rock? I only made you do a bit of magic. You knew you were my favorite. None of the other Chloes had pretty hair. It could be months before Dad gives me another one. I have to wait until they're too tired to work anymore.
Is that all she was to you? A plaything?
Bloody hell.
Do you really not care that she's dead?
She's not dead. She's a rock.
That? The crystal's curse? That's just how she died. And now she's gone forever. Giving another bearer her name won't change that.
No, don't say that.
It's true. And without that brand, she would have been just another girl. Somebody's daughter. Just like you.
But Dad said bearers don't have parents.
They do. Parents that give them away. Families they'll never see again. But you became Chloe's family when you took her in. Remember that. And remember her.
You better cry. Making a little girl cry. These are the things I live for.
I'm so sorry, Chloe.
Yeah, you better be crying. Didn't die, what? Oh nice, I can do this move now. Damn, look at the stun on that. That's insane. It's 5 stars. Gotta try this bad boy out. We'll switch it for Wicked Wheel, I think. Aerial Blast. Hell yeah.
The wolf! It's going to eat me!
But if I can help it.
That sounds like a sheep or a lamb.
Stay back. I'll deal with this.
Stand down! Give them all you've got, boy. That's enough.
That's enough. 3 weeks of the... yeah. How did he put it into the sheet?
No! You weren't supposed to kill Wolfie. You were supposed to die. Father will have you whipped for this. Bearers aren't supposed to win. They never win.
What is this? Your father said you were being attacked.
You're not supposed to talk. Stop looking at me like that. We were only having fun.
Having fun?
Why are you still speaking? Father will hear of this.
Fuck you. Little shit.
The wolf's work, no doubt. But it's not the wolf that's to blame. Someone needs to put an end to this before it happens again.
You, Branded, come here this instant. How dare you frighten my son? You slaughter his poor pet and then have the gall to return, head held high. That wolf was trained. Better trained by far than your worthless kind. You are the entertainment, nothing more. And we are most certainly not entertained.
Nor am I. You'll pay for what you've done.
See? I told you. He talks too much. It's not right. I don't like him, Father.
You're not the Branded I bought, are you? How dare you deceive me? Well, the sins of the slave are the sins of the master. Go, Summon the unlucky wretch you answer to.
Wretch would be the dame. That wretch would be me. Ooh, I actually get to choose. I would say that would be me.
That unlucky wretch would be me. I'm my own master. I'm beholden to no one. And I take orders from no one.
Lies! Do you think I cannot see that brand on your face?
Shut your mouth and listen. Those bearers you killed, they were people. They felt fear and pain, just as you do. And unless you wish to share in their suffering, you would do well to remember we are not your playthings.
Father, he's scaring me.
How dare you threaten us? How dare you?
Can't we just buy another hound? A bigger one, a better one.
Of course, my son. I'll have the villagers fetch us another. With jaws powerful enough to nip this Branded's head clean off his shoulders.
Damn it. Stupid people. Fucking shit.
I'm wasting my time. But I can't just leave those bearers lying out there. They deserve a proper burial. That much I can do at least. How many bearers have lost their lives to this nobleman's sport?
Is it on the AC?
More victims of the nobles' games. You must be Clive.
How do you know my name?
The Dame. I'm in her service, like yourself. Never gets any easier, burying the dead.
Is that what you're here to do?
The mistress has me see to it that none are left to the crows. Since you're here, can you give me a hand?
Gladly. Let's put them to rest.
AC? He's hogging the AC, Druid, is he?
May their burden finally be lifted. I take it you slew the nobleman's pet?
I did. Now I expect they'll find another soon enough. And when it gets here, more bearers will die. How can they think so little of sending us to the slaughter?
Simple. Because you are not them. Bearers are tools when they're needed, and toys when they're not. And if one breaks, well, you can always buy another. Still, such attitudes don't always go unpunished.
Father! Father!
Is this your doing?
Of course not. Wolves kill. It's in their nature. Invite one into your home, he's gonna tear your throat out eventually. Same with bearers. Fed or not, they don't lack for fangs.
They died, did they?
What will folk do when they bite back, I wonder? The realm's nest two murderous bastards, and I won't mourn the loss. Here. For their help.
Yoink.
You don't have to.
Take it. You never know. Our paths may cross again.
Happy ending for me, anyway.
Till then.
Those little shits got what they deserved. That's what you get when you treat slaves like that. Well, I guess you shouldn't call them slaves. Basically what they are in this game. gate. Too many areas to search here. Go to bed soon.
You heard me.
Oh, here we go. Enemies. Like wondering where all the enemies were. I gotta try out my new move. Happy ending for all. Ugh. Other area. Part of a mission later or something. Almost smell grass. Almost. Blood. That's good because I can sell it.
Fortunate to have fallen into the
It's
Dane's
Jamie Moore.
graces. But her influence wanes the further you stray from Northreach. Remember that, my wayward lamb.
If the people of Moor are as intolerant as Isabel says, it's no wonder the Empire never sent my unit here.
Surely they can just let the wind do that? A lazy bastard.
What do you want?
If that's what you want.
What do you want? If that's what you want.
I'll be needing some more straw for the stables. One of the hens just gave birth.
Are you Bertrand? The dame sent me.
Sounds about right. Only time I hear from her is when she wants something. Well, go on then. What is it?
One of her courtesans has gone missing, and I need to find her. A soldier who may have information on her whereabouts is rumored to have come here to meet with a trader.
Many traders stop to peddle their wares on their way to the capital, but only one's been seen quarrelling with a soldier.
Is he still here?
The trader? Oh, yeah. Stubborn sod stood his ground till the soldier got tired of shouting, from what I hear. If you seek him out, keep your head down. Fact is, folks round here would sooner hang a branded than help him. And That's even with the dame's brooch for protection.
Understood.
If you want my advice, find the merchant quick and speak to him.
What's this? A branded? Where's your master? Must I call for the constable?
I come to you from Northreach, at the behest of the dame. Perhaps you've heard of her.
Why, of course I have. I am the good lady's servant. What is it that she requires of me?
What is it?
Rumor has it you were seen arguing with a soldier some few days ago. A soldier with a scar over his eye.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. He had a comb which he claimed was an antique. Said he wanted to trade it for a newer one. But old though it was, an antique it most certainly was not, as I told him. Nevertheless, he insisted that it was of great value and was quite vehement about my appraisal. I stood firm, however, and for all his bluster, he still purchased a new comb, albeit an inexpensive one.
And do you know where he went after that?
My customers aren't usually in the habit of telling me whither they are bound, but as it happens, this one did. Yonder ruins, strange as it may sound.
My thanks.
Yonder ruins?
Not at all. I would do anything for the dame. Anything. Be sure and tell her, won't you, that I was helpful. I mean, most helpful.
Alright, see you, Swift. Thanks for hanging out. Good boy, Turgle. I should go to bed, honestly. 1 a.m. I wanna keep playing.
It smells of death here, Torgal. Wolves. We can't let them get any closer to the village.
Bad doggos. Floating dog. Funny as hell. Those wolves did nothing wrong, yeah. I just sent them on a nice flight. Going uphill.
Damn it all. Bodies.
Nuts.
A man and a woman.
Damn it to hell. Oh well.
Well, the wolves have been busy. But the blood is long dry. So it is you, Tatienne.
If that's true, then the body next to hers will be Yannick's. The girl Yannick went off to see every night. He said her name was Tatienne.
You. Did you follow me?
Now, why would I do that? Unless you think I'd have good reason to. But no. I was sent to find Yannick. By the looks of things, I have.
We both found who we were searching for.
Nah, he was a jealous sod. Couldn't stand the thought of his woman with someone else. Then one day he sees her with a new comb. Thinks she's got herself a new gallant. Tells the garrison he's going to find the man and kill him. We know it's all talk, but then he disappears off to more for some dealings and
More?
doesn't come back.
If you mean this comb, it was a gift from the dame.
If only Yannick had bothered to ask, eh? He might not be rotting on a hill.
I think he meant to ask her something else. He stole the old comb and bought her a new one in the hope they'd wed.
Wed? Where would they have gone? Certainly not back to Northreach with a dame waiting. And we all know what happens to deserters. Tell the dame I'm sorry for her loss. When the lads come to collect Yannick's body, I'll see that Tatienne is delivered to the Vale.
Is that wise?
Oh, there won't be any covering up this mess. The most we can hope for is that the dame doesn't hold it against us. Speaking of which, I saw her in Moor just now. Could you tell her what happened? Might sound better coming from you.
Might.
I need to tell Isabel. Perhaps the comb will give her something to remember Tatienne by.
Alright. I'm going to save it there. Wait, how do I... Me and Torgo...